The hour is 12 noon. I'll call this meeting to order. I guess Nathan James on our staff will call the roll to establish a quorum. Mr. James.
Mr. Cobbins.
Here.
Mr. Holt.
Here.
Mr. Gentile.
Here.
Mr. Jensen.
Here.
Mrs. Johnson. Well, she is here. She's just here. Mrs. Maxwell.
Here.
Mrs. McInturf. Mr. Mullenhour.
Here.
Ms. Sapp. Mr. Wells. Mr. Chairman Eby.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have 9 members and a quorum.
I declare the quorum is present and we're duly convened. Pursuant to Section 8 of Policy 1.400, the board's meetings policies, workshops, or meetings of the State Board sitting as a committee of the whole, I ask unanimous consent that the State Board dissolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. I declare that we are in the committee of the whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop. This time I'll recognize any members, their remarks, and then Dr. Morrison. Any board members like to make any remarks? I would just say it looks like we have a very full agenda, but one that I think is going to bring a lot of information that we'll look forward to, some pretty good presentations. Dr. Morrison.
Thank you, Chairman Eby. I don't really have much to say other than it's always good to be together. Appreciate everyone coming to Nashville so we can have some important conversations today ahead of our meeting, and look forward to some of our guests, Dr. Gentile and his team, and SCORE, and Dr. Laird, others who are going to be sharing some important information for us today as part of our workshop. So look forward to some good conversations, and thank you all for being here.
With that, I want to remind all presenters to give their name and position before addressing the board, and remind that our presenters are to avoid jargon where possible so that everyone listening understands the matter. And any other further welcome comments? You want to talk about our new board member?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. This is hot off the press. So as of yesterday, I believe, team, maybe it was the day before, I think it was just yesterday, 2 days ago. We have a new student member who's just been appointed to the state board, which we're thrilled about. Her name is Britton, and she's out of Bradley County. And help me, Nathan, she is a junior, just starting her
Senior
year.
Senior year.
For obvious reasons, she was not able to be with us today, but we look forward to talking with her more next week and getting her ready for our next state board meeting. And she is really excited, and we are really excited. That student perspective is so important to these conversations. And so really look forward to getting to know her and welcoming her onto this board.
Thank you. Any other comments before we get started with our agenda? We certainly welcome Christy Brown up at the table for the Department of Education. First item, 2024 TCAP, 24-25 TCAP results. Dr. David Laird and Mr. Justin Kearney, State Board of Education.
Good morning, Chairman Eby, members of the board. I am David Laird, the Assistant Commissioner for Assessment, Accountability, and Research, and I'm very pleased to present with a few partners from the department the results of the 24-25 TCAP testing. I'm pleased to identify Justin Kearney, Dr. Kearney. He's a data analyst with the department on our accountability team who was very helpful in producing the materials for the presentation and is going to take a later part of it. I also just wanted to take a second and recognize our Chief Academics Officer, Christy Brown, who also may tag team in on different elements of the presentation depending on the questions that may arise. The overarching purpose of this presentation is to describe the change in TCAP performance. What did we observe in the 24-25 testing window, which includes fall EOC testing in the fall of 24, and then obviously the primary spring testing in the spring of 25. I'll start, though, with just a little bit overview of the TCAP program and the scope of the data that we'll present. This slide just simply illuminates all of the full breadth of the TCAP program. It identifies all of the tests that make up the TCAP program. There are 33 data points that we're tracking and presenting this year across 4 subject areas, and essentially 10 possible testable grades. I would just like to take a second before we get into the results and recognize the incredible lift that is the TCAP program. We test more than 1 million kids. It is an incredibly large endeavor. It's a heavy lift both for our kids, for our educators, parents, and families, and we just want to thank everybody for their work in that regard. I'd also like to tip the cap to our team here at the department. Danette Colby is our Senior Director for Assessment Logistics. She's been in that position for about 7 years. Clay Sanders, our Senior Director for Assessment Development. And as folks who've been around for a little bit will know, the TCAP program didn't always have the strongest track record. There was a TN not ready era at one point in time, but the reality is we've done really good work since that time. The last 5 to 7 years, we've had no major issues. And the team that I work with every day, I think, has been a huge piece of having that stability. This past administration, again, 1,800 schools, 1 million kids, more than 5 million tests, was the smoothest logistical process that we've had in my 5 years at the department. So I'm grateful to my team and obviously grateful for everybody across the state for making it work because it's quite an undertaking. I also just wanted to take a second and recognize a connection between assessment and obviously the work of the state board. The state board determines what kids need to know and be able to do at every grade level, and the role of the department is always to assess that. All right, the department or the board determines the concepts and skills that kids should know, and the department figures out how to assess that to the greatest extent possible. The intersection of our work is always interesting at the time standards are revised. When the standards revisions are significant, the reality is we end up having to develop a new test because the material has changed. And a really consequential instance of that would have been in the spring of '24, there were significant revisions of high school math standards that were implemented. At that point in time, we functionally developed new high school math tests. And I call that out here to also indicate that when we look at the longitudinal trends, it's important to keep that in mind. If you compare 23 performance to 24 performance, you're truly comparing the performance of two different tests, and it might be inappropriate to call it growth because what we're assessing has changed because of the work of the state board to update what students should be able to know and do in math. And so the purpose of this chart is just to indicate that constant cycle where we are potentially looking at new assessments. Our ELA assessments have undergone the least amount of standards revision, so it would be perfectly appropriate to track our ELA performance all the way back to about 2017-18. We've done everything we could to keep the expectations consistent across that time period because the standards themselves have not changed. High school math changed in '24, but the reality is the state board decided that the standards were not sufficiently different for the lower grades. And so we can compare longitudinal trends in 3 through 8 math in ways that we can't for high school math. And that's working as intended, right? It's not a problem that we have that change. We just need to make sure that we remain aware of how those standards revisions impact the scoring and the assessments and make sure that we're just being careful in those interpretations. And I'll also just take a second to flag for everyone's awareness, all of our science assessments will go through that process next summer. So as a result of the science standards revisions that the board undertook a number of years ago, we are now implementing those for the first time in this school year. And so we're going to have to redo the assessments of the science assessments. And we look forward to inviting members of the state board to observe that work as we go through that next summer. And I will just mention for our science teachers that will cause scores to be late next year because it takes us a little while to do that work. And we know that's frustrating for everyone, and we'll do our best to wrap it up just as quickly as we can.
I have a question.
Please.
Dr. Morrison and I actually got this question yesterday at the new superintendent's talking about the alignment of our standards with the TCAP test. So obviously you bring up a very good point that there is, when we change the standards, what kind of lag time is there before the TCAPs then measure the standards that are then in place? Is that?
So there's a number of steps in that process, and the reality is it just takes time. So the standards revision occurs, then the adopted materials need to be adjusted and catch up. So there's a lag in terms of getting new adopted materials in the classroom. Schools need to have time to digest those new materials, and then they need an entire year to teach those new standards. We obviously can't reset the scoring expectations until they've actually taught the new material. And so in that first year, they'll actually go through, teach those new standards, and we won't know how to score the test yet because we've never seen the results in Tennessee. And so it's that first spring of that first year of implementation, that's when we pulled together committees of Tennessee teachers to help set those expectations. Where I think you're headed, we do heavily involve and lean on the expert judgment of Tennessee teachers to help us figure out how to do that.
Just because Dr. Laird and I were talking about this, about that very point, Chair Eby, and I think it's so instructive to be able to, and it's hard to be able to sit in on those standard setting meetings because it's very confidential, obviously, because of the testing concerns, but it's also really instructive to see the full suite of this work, the standards, the educators coming together to talk about not only what standards should be tested and how, but what does it mean to be proficient or approaching. I mean, there's just so many really nuanced conversations that give someone like myself a lot of confidence when you see the intentionality behind it, that our assessment program is very well designed and reflective of the standards that we want for our students. But it is tough work, really intentional. If any of you get the chance to go sit in one of those standard setting meetings, I would encourage you to go because it really helps to see the full picture, I think, of how this comes together.
And this actually is probably another positive consequence of moving to the 8-year standard period over the 6-year standard period. It takes out a little more of that variation, and so it's good. Thank you.
Yep. Well, and it's going to sound maybe a little bit like hyperbole, but it's surprising how often we hear in the feedback, and every time we do a teacher-led committee, we care a lot about getting feedback and trying to improve, but we frequently hear teachers say participating in our committees, those types of committees, is some of the best professional development that they ever get. So we strongly encourage teachers across the state to throw their hat into the ring for those positions. So in terms of jumping into the results, I'm going to provide, I think, sort of 3 big picture takeaways, overarching themes, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Keeney to walk through the results in a little bit more detail. As I mentioned on an earlier slide, there's 33 tests that make up the program. Now that includes 2 3-course math progressions, so no student takes all 6 of those, and there's 2 optional tests, so not every kid takes 33 tests over 10 years. But we're tracking 33 data points. One of the biggest takeaways we see in the data from this year is just the uniformity of positive results. The vast majority of subject areas, regardless of grade level, in terms of year-over-year results, are net positive this year. Of those 33, only 3 courses in sum total were actually negative in terms of the year-over-year results. Excuse me, I'm going to jump forward. English 7 was down 0.2%. Third grade science was down 0.9%, and U.S. history was down 0.9%. Other than those 3 tests, every other test in our 33 test portfolio was net positive in terms of year-over-year results. And even those 3 were all off by less than 1%. And again, we don't want to make light of that, but the reality is a 1% gain or loss on a test like ours is certainly probably within what would reasonably conceived as a band of error. We're not going to take a victory lap for a 0.5% increase. So the uniformly strong improvement across the program, the department finds certainly has not been historically where we've been, even though we've been probably net positive for a number of years and we're happy about the improvement. To see this few instances of any of our courses going in the wrong direction, the department feels really good about, is very strong. In terms of where we saw the most improvement, there's a couple, I think, really interesting phenomena that I want to present, and the department wants to continue to do a little bit more work in this space. But one of the highlights of TCAP results over the past couple of years has been significant improvements in early grade literacy. If you go all the way back to the spring of '23, we saw a precipitous jump in third grade ELA performance. We were up about 4.5% at that point in time. And that in and of itself was a wonderful result. But what was interesting to the department is in the subsequent year, we continue to improve in third grade ELA and increase a little bit. We didn't see quite that level, that magnitude of improvement, but we certainly solidified those gains and kept growing. But we saw the next year a pretty precipitous bump in fourth grade. performance in ELA and in other subject areas. Last year, we saw continued to see solid performance in third grade ELA. We saw modest improvements in fourth grade ELA, but we saw a precipitous jump in fifth grade. So as moving into this year, we were particularly interested in whether or not that sort of bleeding edge of performance would continue to matriculate into middle school, because historically that has not been the trend in Tennessee. For almost all of our subject areas, the high water mark historically has been about fourth grade, and then performance precipitously rolls downhill into eighth grade. And so what I'm pleased to present is that looking at these year-over-year results, we now see significant performance improvement. Some of the biggest gains that we see are in sixth grade this year, which the department feels is significant. So to illustrate just a few of those, for ELA, our fifth grade results are up 2.1%, and our sixth grade results are up 3.9%. For math, our third grade results are up 3.1%. Our sixth grade results are up 5.4%. One of the biggest increases that we saw anywhere was in fifth grade math. Even for science, our fifth grade results are up 4.4%, and our sixth grade results are up 2.5%. So it's not just that those early grade literacy results seem to be enduring, they may actually be having positive impacts in other subject areas. Obviously, literacy is foundational, not just to ELA, but to all aspects of curriculum that kids could be engaging in. So the department is really pleased to see that. Another way to illustrate that would be that in '24, the gap between third grade performance and sixth grade performance was about 4.5%. 41% of our third graders were meeting or exceeding expectations, and only 35.6% of our sixth graders were meeting or exceeding expectations. We've now cut that gap in half in 1 year. So our third graders are now at 41.7%, and our sixth graders are just shy of 40%. They're at 39.5%. And we now see the biggest gap is now between sixth and seventh grade. There's a 5% in English language arts. There's a 5 percentage point gap between sixth and seventh grade, and a 10 percentage point gap between sixth grade ELA and eighth grade ELA at this point in time.
Why do you think there's such a gap in those grades, a reduction in those grades? And it's pretty consistent. If you look at all the data that you have, it's pretty consistent through all the data and all the subjects.
Well, it would be difficult for me, I think, to probably give the right explanation, but I would recognize that this is not only a historical trend in Tennessee, but it's the historical trend nationally. Middle school performance has always been where we have lagged historically, and there's theories that exist in the literature about social development changing, competing priorities for kids begin to change at that point in time. I mean, there's a lot of theories out there as to why that exists. And we now have two trends that are potentially working in opposition to each other. Seventh grade ELA is going to be obviously a huge point of interest next year. We are very curious to see if the recent trend that we're seeing continues to endure, or does the national historical trend begin to reassert itself next year is obviously something that we're going to watch closely.
And just to, I forget, do we have to ask for permission with the committee of the whole? The grade that started receiving the interventions when the laws changed after the pandemic, in third grade for ELA, are those now sixth graders?
Yes.
So the two trends that we're seeing competing are the supports from the post-pandemic interventions with which is trending up, the
Yes.
data shows, and the historical trend down over middle school.
Yep.
And this year shows that at least in sixth grade that the supports that the state has been providing appear to be winning out, but then will that continue as time continues?
Well, and the argument for the intense focus on early grade literacy has always been connected to outcomes years down the line. The department's done their own internal work that suggested that third grade ELA performance was mildly predictive of college and career ready access assessment performance 10 years later. So that's always been the dominant argument that's been made in this space for that focus in early grade literacy, which is why we're just tracking this so closely. Are we beginning to see that that is in fact a wave that's going to continue to roll through middle school and ultimately into high school and buck some of those historical trends. And thus far, the data that we're observing is encouraging. I will say additional analysis needs to be done in this space. The year-over-year results really aren't probably the most definitive way that we could be looking at it, and the department is undertaking this work. I don't think we're at a place where we're able to present it, but more of a cohort-based analysis where you're tracking individual kids really will be the right way, I think, to get at that more definitively. But if we weren't seeing these types of results in the year-to-year analysis, there's almost no point in assessing the data more rigorously. So I don't feel like this is thoroughly definitive that that's what we're seeing, but it's very encouraging.
Ms. Maxwell.
Going along with what Mr. Holt said, I share those thoughts too, but also as a past practitioner, since about 2015 and moving forward, there has been a much more concentrated focus on early literacy, going from the reading facilitation that began, moving through the science of reading. The department has really focused intentional professional development for teachers. And, you know, I want things to happen yesterday, but in the world that we live in, sometimes it takes, unfortunately, years to see that progression. So I do think next year will be key, because theoretically, fourth grade tends to be a certain point where students do reach a particular place and they tend to slide off, and then it continues the downhill trend. So I'm so pleased with our educators, with the department, everyone that's working together, because, I mean, reading is the foundational piece. The early literacy, we can never lose sight of how important that is, and we've got to get these kids as early as we can to help them. So thank you for your work. Sorry, I just had to interject.
No,
that.
that's good. Ms. Brown.
Christy Brown from the Department of Education. Thank you, David, for articulating the piece there about how literacy likely has a great effect across subject areas there. But I'd like to add, too, that we are interested in the progression of these cohorts of students and the focus on that, like how are this particular group of students doing over time, and we are seeing that persist, that we keep the gains, and we're adding to that as the years go on. So I am particularly interested in this 7th grade group coming up, but I wanted to mention that the department, we have a number of districts that have applied to be a part of network, if you will, have lots of networks that's for professional learning and implementation of our high-quality instructional materials. But the focus of this network is particularly on adolescent literacy. So we recognize that has historically been an area where we do see the student outcomes begin to fall off, and we recognize that and are prepared to work with teachers and leaders to be sure that don't happen in Tennessee. And I just want to mention that opportunity, and I look forward to reporting back to you all on that as that progresses.
Thank you. Dr. Morrison.
Well, I just have to jump in because I'm very excited about that too. I think, you know, when you look nationally, you see a lot of states who make the shift in phonics and do really well in the early grades, and then, like you said, Dr. Laird, you see that tapering off in middle school. And I think having really intentional supports and development for our middle grades teachers, our adolescent literacy is going to be really important. I mean, we've gotten the phonics piece, I think, really solid, and that's working, but we can't stop with that. So I really think if you're a district listening, please join. This is important, really good work that y'all are supporting, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Gentile.
Professor Laird, former professor of mine at Vanderbilt. Good to see you today. It's been a while. Building on that conversation, I'm wondering if let's pretend it's not the changes to phonics. What are some other competing hypotheses? I mean, coming out of COVID pandemic, is that in it? And then also the second question is, what does that evaluation look like where a couple of years from now we can pinpoint this change on early literacy and say, actually, that we've got good evidence to say that was the case?
No, I appreciate the question. I think there's a couple perspectives on it. And I'd like to tie in Dr. Maxwell's comments as well, because I think she's rounding out my comments in an important way. I've sort of suggested that in 23 we saw this singular improvement in ELA performance, and that's not really the right way to represent the data historically. ELA performance in the lower grades has been improving for years. in Tennessee, and Dr. Keeney will actually show some slides that highlight that. Yes, we saw a precipitous jump in 1 year, but the improvements in early grade literacy education has been a driving focus of the department for an extremely long time and have been bearing fruit all along that time. Like, I think we're 5 consecutive years of third grade ELA performance improvement. So I don't want to suggest that perhaps there's one single thing that has contributed to that at one point in time. It's been the concerted effort of our early literacy instructional improvement for a number of years that's likely responsible for a lot of that. In terms of, and I think it's right and appropriate, and obviously a bit of a fraught place for the department, but it's right and appropriate to think about what will we want to see, right? We're always looking backward, but I think it's appropriate to say what are the data points that we want to see moving forward to know that we're continuing to trend in the right direction. I think continuing to expand the scope of that earlier literacy improvement to other subject areas, I think is an example of something that we wanted to see. If the theory's truly correct, it's not only going to improve the ability to engage with the ELA curriculum, but we'd like to see improvements in science and social studies. Middle school social studies is also up. I didn't mean to necessarily leave that out. The 6th grade improvement, I think, is only 1%. It's not quite as robust, but it's up too. So continuing to see that, I think, would be critically important. Kids who are more successful, we also know, are far more likely to stay in school. So there's downstream benefits that we would expect to see with that. Kids who are feeling successful are much more likely to stick around. So we would hope to see better long-term engagement and persistence from students as a result of just being more successful. So there's a lot of lagging indicators that we might ultimately like to see there. And of course, that's going to have downstream impacts on a lot of output. So if we look at credit accumulation at some point in time down the road, a lot of that potential. It would be reasonable to assume that the foundation that we're seeing in early grade academic performance would drive those outcomes, leading to college and career ready indicators as well. I don't know if I answered your question.
But I look forward to having more thoughts with you on this too. It's exciting, so
Yeah.
thank you.
And then, so again, just to sort of summarize, I've gotten to the first 2 points. The first is just how uniformly positive they are. The second one is where the department is really very encouraged, looking at improved trends in middle school performance. And then the last piece that I just want to touch on is the extent to which the department is always trying to be mindful of just how broadly realized are these improvements. Are there any communities or corners of Tennessee or groups of students that maybe aren't experiencing the improvement to the same extent? And I am generally pleased to say that this really does, these improvements do seem to be a rising tide. Various types of communities in Tennessee, and we have wildly diverse types of communities. All of them are realizing some of this improvement. Multiple different groups of students are realizing this improvement somewhat uniformly. There are still gaps in performance for different groups of kids in Tennessee. Those persist and remain, but we're seeing similar trajectories of improvement across communities and across groups of students. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Keeney, and he'll walk through the results in a little bit more detail.
Thank you very much, Dr. Laird. Thank you very much, Dr. Laird. I'm Justin Keeney. I'm a data analyst on the accountability and assessment team at the department. I'm excited to quickly walk through a few more detailed results with you all. Of course, as I share these results with you, like with Dr. Laird, feel free to stop us at any time and ask any questions you may have. So first, to look at ELA performance, student English language arts performance increased for the 4th straight year. This year, the statewide ELA proficiency rate was 40.9% across all grades. Proficiency rate, of course, is the combined percentage of all students who earned either met or exceeded expectations on their TCAP assessments. And 40.9% represents a year-to-year increase of almost 2% and an increase of 11.3% since 2021. I do want to note that this statistic includes all of the results from grades 3 through 8 TCAP and the high school English 1 and English 2 EOCs, but it does not include the results of any alternative assessments. So breaking down the ELA performance by grade band, we can see that the progress in English language arts has been driven by gains across all grade bands, but especially through increased performance in high school English. This year, the high school English ELA proficiency rate was 46.7%, and it continues to outpace the other grades, and it increased by almost 4 percentage points this year and 13 percentage points in the last 4 years. Elementary and middle school ELA have also increased, albeit at a slightly slower pace. This year, the elementary school and middle school English both increased by roughly a point to 43.3 and 34.5 respectively.
As we look at these trends, you know, you look at grades 3 through 5, 43.3%, and then you get this drop that Dr. Laird was talking about in the middle schools, you know, pretty precipitous drop down to 34.5%. And then look at the gains when you get up into high school, jumps from 34.5 to 46.7. So what is it that we're doing in the high schools that obviously we're not doing in the middle schools? I mean, that, to a layman, I'm not an educator, I mean, that's the kind of question I asked myself is there something there that we're doing right in the high schools that we ought to be doing in the middle schools to bring those up?
Yeah,
So, Chairman, I think one of the things to make note is always how the underlying standards contribute to the assessment. It's natural for us to assume that there's this incremental progression across the standards, and they all essentially are equally interspersed. It's not quite the case the way the high school standards are organized. The difference in standards between the English 1 and the English 2 course, they're very, very similar between the two. And so across the state of Tennessee, we see almost a 10 percentage point improvement on the English 2 test relative to the English 1 test, because we're not introducing as much new material. It's a little bit more about doing better with things that are more similar. And so some of that improved performance in high school, we believe, has a little bit to do with the way the standards are organized, as opposed to pure improvement with the same ask.
Thank you, Dr. Laird. So we also wanted to highlight third and fourth grade, or third and eighth grade specifically, which are two areas of particular emphasis for Tennessee. Performance in these key grades has also increased a good amount over the last 4 years, with ELA proficiency rates increasing by almost 10%, from 32.1% to 41.7%, and grade 8 increasing by over 6% from 23% to 29.6%. However, in the last year, these key grades have increased more slowly than ELA proficiency in other grades. For instance, proficiency increased by 0.7% in grade 3 over the last year, and by almost half a point in grade 8. So still an increase, but a little bit slower pace than the other grades. And if you compare these key grades to the other grades' ELA performance, grade 3 proficiency is pretty high in absolute terms. It's exceeded only by English 2, as Dr. Laird referenced, and fourth grade English. On the other hand, eighth grade ELA, again, common theme with what Dr. Laird said a few minutes ago, continues to be the lowest performing grade in English language arts. Breaking down this performance by subgroup, ELA performance is also increasing steadily across all major subgroups of students, though the economically disadvantaged English learners and students with disabilities still have performance gaps. For instance, while the ELA proficiency rate for all students was 40.9% this year, it was only 23.8% for the economically disadvantaged subgroup, and 17.5% for English learners and 9.6% for students with disabilities. We also wanted to share the top line math proficiency. Yes, sir.
Just one question on those two slides that you just showed. Recognizing, you know, the learning loss situation that we had in 2020 and looking at these 2021 numbers, which are coming out of that, what do the numbers look like in the years prior to 2020 from a longitudinal standpoint? Did we see levels like this and then a dip and now we're back on a trending higher, or what was that picture like?
Sure. Not looking at the data, I want to be a little bit cautious here, but I think it's particularly in ELA, Tennessee really did lead the nation to an extent in which we rebounded from the obvious dip that we experienced nationally as a result of COVID. I think it's safe to say that by 2022, in the vast majority of instances, our ELA performance had already rebounded above pre-COVID levels. So you're right, prior to this, there is a far more precipitous dip, but compared to the vast majority of the states, we made up that dip much more quickly than most folks.
Yeah, that squares with my recollection of the numbers that we are higher than the pre-2021 levels. So to quickly walk through math proficiency, of course, given Tennessee's strong focus on improving literacy, the growth in ELA is perhaps unsurprising. So it's really notable and exciting that math proficiency rates also continue to increase. This year, overall math proficiency reached a high of 39.1%. This is a 2.4% increase over last year. I do want to note that, again, this statistic includes grades 3 through 8 TCAP and the high school EOC, but does not include the alternative assessments. And if we break this down by grade band, we can see it's slightly different than ELA. We can see that math proficiency has grown uniformly by a rate of 2 to 3% across all grade bands in the last year. And actually in math, elementary grades lead the pack with 45.4% proficiency rate, and middle schools in second with 40.7%. And elementary math and middle school proficiency have increased by 13.2% and 14.1% respectively in the last 4 years, so pretty healthy increase. As far as high school goes, the statewide high school proficiency also increased in the last year to 30.8%. But referencing what Dr. Laird said earlier, I do want to point out that standards were reset during the 23-24 school year, so it's difficult to make any comparisons between high school performance 2023 and before, and then high school performance 2024 and after. That said, we see in the last year 2.2% growth, which is a positive sign that high school math is also growing and continuing to grow like the other grade bands.
Can I
Dr.
stop
Morrison.
you with one quick question? Thank you. We've talked a lot about Algebra 2 as a board and the change in standards there, and particularly that trend that we were seeing from below basic to approaching in Algebra 2. Are you able to speak to any of that in terms of how those numbers look for Algebra 2?
Sure. So if you're looking at this chart, and this is, again, where we wanted to be cautious. If you aren't in the know, you'd look at the improvement from 23 to 24 and realize that's 6%. That's where we changed standards, right? That 24 test was a different test than the 23 test. That's not to say we did better, but I couldn't tell you how much of that 6% change was a result of the change of the content that was assessed. If we added more accessible statistics and data science standards, and that contributed to some amount of that as opposed to realized instructional improvements. I don't know how to break up that 6%. However, for Algebra 2, we continue to see this year a 3% increase in proficiency rates for Algebra 2, which I think reasonably could be assumed that those teachers have now had their second year of teaching those new standards, have gotten only better at teaching those new standards. So we do see a meaningful 3% gain in Algebra 2, and that can be interpreted as having everything to do with what happened in those classrooms this year.
Thank you. And then do you know by chance what the change from below basic to approaching was? Because I remember last year that was actually the more telling swing.
Yes.
And if you don't, you can follow up.
Yes, I do. Hold on. Hold on just one second.
So algebra 2 is what you wanted, right?
Yeah.
So that looks like there.
So the shift in what we saw, right? So the precipitous shift as a result of the standards revision that we saw with the new test in the spring of '24, while there was overall performance improvement, there was a significant rebalancing of those that were scoring below and those that were scoring approaching. Prior, in the spring of '22, the overwhelming number of kids that weren't proficient were actually below. When we got to the new test, the overwhelming number of kids that still might not have been proficient, they were now approaching and not below, which meant the material of the course was more accessible to them. We didn't quite get them to where we wanted to be, but they were far more engaged and ultimately were being more successful with the content of those courses. In terms of what we see in '25, we see very similar trends. It would be clear to say that rebalancing exists. It's seemingly softened just a little bit, but it's hard to know if some of those approaching kids are now scoring meets expectations. So there's slightly fewer approaching kids in '25 than there were in '24, but it continues to be way above where it was prior to the revision in standards, and overall proficiency rates are up 3% as well.
Let me ask a question. If we do a good job of aligning our standards from one grade to the next, which hopefully in math we would want to do that, and we start with a third grade student, and that standard is a standard for 8 years, so 8 years later they're in 11th grade, shouldn't we expect to see a reduction in the gap between grades 3 through 5 and 9 through 12, that if we're teaching them to those set of that standards, wouldn't we hope that gap would decrease, because if we're doing our job matriculating them through the system with a good set of standards? Does that make sense?
It certainly does. And I think that globally is going to be right. There's always going to be natural variation in the standards as well. Certain grade levels introduce standards that have historically been shown to be more difficult for kids. Like, there's always going to be some natural variation, and it differs widely by subject area as well. Math tends to build on itself more than some of the other subjects do. Social studies introduces more novel content. But there's skills associated with both social studies and science that you would expect kids to be able to progress on. So,
but I look at a 15% gap between 9 through 12 and 3 through 5, and I would hope in 8 years that gap would be significantly decreased.
Well, and to our earlier point, we're going to monitor that very closely. There is a powerful historical trend that middle school performance continues to be more problematic, and right now we see evidence that we're bucking that trend a little bit, but we're encouraged.
So to continue on that note, to just take you through the quick highlights of our emphasis grades for math, 3rd and 8th grade TCAP. Math proficiency in these key grades continues to increase. Math proficiency in 3rd grade has increased 1.7% in the last year and 12% in the last 4 years. 8th grade math proficiency, which, as Dr. Laird has been talking about, has traditionally lagged 3rd grade, has increased actually at a similar, slightly faster rate, 2.3% in the last year and 11.4% in the last 4 years. Again, as Dr. Laird referenced earlier, 3rd grade is one of the higher grades for math proficiency. It's only outclassed by 4th and 5th grade. And 8th grade, on the other hand, is the lowest performing grade in primary school for math. And breaking math down by subgroup, we can see solid gains for all of the major subgroups, with this last year's gains of 2.7 and 3.2% for students in the economically disadvantaged and English learners subgroup, keeping pace with the overall statewide gains. Like with ELA, though, of course, the subgroup proficiency rates continue to trail the proficiency rate for students in the state as a whole. And so, of course, while the results in ELA and math are critically important, we'd be remiss not to take a look at some of the exciting trends in science and social studies. In what I'm sure is becoming a bit of a theme throughout this presentation, Science proficiency rates are also continuing to increase steadily. This year, the science proficiency rate increased by 1.8% from 44.2 last year to 46% this year. And the science proficiency rate has increased by almost 8% in the last 4 years. And again, these statistics include grades 3 through 8, and then the high school EOC Biology 1, but not the results of alternative assessments. Now, a little different than math and ELA, science proficiency rates are very similar across all grade bands, as you can see here on the graph. In 2021, the high school science Biology 1 EOC actually was a bit higher than the performance in the other grade bands. You can see it was 41% versus about 40 for middle school and 35.7 for the elementary grades. But in the last 4 years, what we've seen is that the elementary and middle grades have caught up, and now the proficiency rate in all three grade bands is basically the same. And actually, grades 3 through 5 are the highest at 46.5%. And they all increased by about 2% over the last year to reach that height.
Just a clarification point for our audience out there. When you talk about the increase by 2% or 5%, it's 2 percentage points and 5 percentage points. The increase actually from 36 to 45% is like a 25% increase. So just for people to understand, you're talking about percentage points increase.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, excellent clarification. And yes, I should be careful with my use of percentage.
I always wanted to tell a statistician something about
my graduate school professors.
I should have warned you. I apologize. I should have warned you about the chairman.
He would have done a fantastic job on these TCAP math results here, so. Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
no doubt.
All right.
So, last but not least, as at least part of the time a former social studies teacher, social studies, where proficiency rates have actually increased the most in the last year. You can see there on our graph going from 44.5 to 47.4. And in the last 4 years, social studies has increased 11% or percentage points, rivaling the gains in English over the same time period. I think it's really important with social studies to break this down by grade band. Because we can see that the gain in social studies has come as a result of a rapid increase in the middle grades. You can see there middle school at 49.0, whereas high school, while still about 5 points higher than it was 4 years ago, has stagnated a little bit and actually decreased in the last year.
Well, and if I could just jump in there on the U.S. history piece of that, I also just want to recognize that there has been a change in policy that allows for course substitutions for U.S. history. And so we've seen an increase in trends of some students foregoing the U.S. history test to take perhaps AP U.S. history. And so there's an accountability policy change. And we've seen that only increase over time. And so it's probable to the department that some of the change in performance that we see in U.S. history may have more to do with the kids that are continuing to take this exam as opposed to alternatives. So we're not trying to make light of the fact that performance is clearly down here, but there's a plausible explanation, and it may have less to do with what's happened instructionally, and it may have a little bit more to do with the switch in the kids that are continuing to take this class as opposed to alternatives.
So those are some of our more detailed results. Again, in summary, the theme for this year's TCAP is that generally steady increases in performance across all grades, subject areas, and subgroups. So thank you so much for letting us walk you through this year's data. And now we'd like to open up the floor one more time if you guys have any additional questions.
Thank you. Questions and comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Thank you. I'll start by saying something humorous, and then I'll come back and qualify it. I had a statistics professor one time that started his first class with a sin scale. And on the sin scale, he started with there's lies, there's interest and explicative lies, and then there's statistics. And, we spent most of that semester with him basically giving examples of how people both intentionally and unintentionally provided results that were, vastly different than the underlying data would actually support. So that's the hopefully funny part. The qualifier is, we trust you guys. Like, you guys have done phenomenal work in so many different ways, you and your teams. And it's great to see trends that are moving in the right direction. And at the same time, there's warning flags going off. For example, if most states are experiencing these trends, which is what I understand to have been said earlier, then that would suggest that the variables at play may have nothing to do with work that our state's doing, or that our board is doing, or that your teams are doing. It may just be there's macro trends that are outside of our control, just as an example. I guess my question is this. If you forget about all the math and you just think about what's in the mind of the members of your team, the department really as a whole, on one end of the scale, they could adopt the idea that we still have a lot of work. Like, we're still leaving a lot of kids behind here. There's a lot of kids still left behind. We have a lot of work to do, and we're gonna stay very focused on that. That's on one end of the scale, and kind of ignore some of the positive trends and really just stay focused on making it better. On the other end of that spectrum, we could find ourselves easily becoming complacent in some areas, thinking that what we're doing is actually working because, hey, the trend is good, when in reality, the variable that's causing that improvement has nothing to do with in fact, we could actually be making bad policy, and we could still see a positive trend. My question is, how are you communicating with your team, and how are you creating the ethos among members of your team to stay disciplined around making it better, and not just assuming that what we're doing today is actually working, because the sort of high-level statistics suggest as much, but really staying disciplined and focused around, at a very granular level, is it working for the various subsets of children, for example, or is there something else in the data that we're missing that we would otherwise gloss over because we think, hey, what we're doing is working? What's the ethos, and how do you drive that discipline?
I really appreciate the comment, and if I'm not getting it at what you had hoped, please feel free to steer me as we go. But I also appreciate your anecdote as well. My doctoral professor was a wonderfully well-regarded empirical scientist, and she always talked about data telling a story. Like, the reality is you can have all the numbers in the world, but a human being still has to interpret it in some way, shape, or form, and you never want to lose sight of that fact, right? Like, numbers rarely speak for themselves. There's always a human being that's interpreting it in some way. And so, to your point about discipline, we try very hard to make sure that we're being as judicious as we can in presenting this information. And I think that plays out in our world in a couple different ways. As the team that builds the assessments, ensuring that we conform to nationally recognized best practices for the construction of those assessments is essential to ensuring the longitudinal analysis of this. If we don't do our work very rigorously and thoughtfully, there are plenty of states that have gotten their hands slapped in the past because they talk about things called score drift, right? Like, scores are going up and down because of how they construct the tests, not because of what's happening in the classroom. And so we take that responsibility very, very seriously. We're sort of the gatekeeper in being able to look at this data and actually believe that it's meaningful in describing what's happening in Tennessee. And we release technical manuals every year that document our work. And for folks that are interested, we encourage you to double check our work, because it's critically important, and it's the foundation of being able to have these conversations. And we do take that very, very seriously and feel good about that. And just to illustrate the point, we have a technical advisory committee of nationally recognized psychometricians, folks in full faculty and university positions who train all of the psychometricians, and they're an advisory committee for us. And every time we come to a fork in the road, or folks who double check our work, they are always a lifeline away for us, and are always ensuring that the department is continuing to do what it needs to do to trust the results that we're presenting here. And then the other thing that leaps out to me in your comment is well, actually, there's two other pieces. One is triangulating the data whenever possible. One of the really interesting pieces is to look at the relationship between TCAP performance and NAEP performance. And those two have been correlating very closely over the past couple of years. And so continuing to see that those two data points seem to be moving in concert gives us confidence that we're doing the work on our side to ensure that the gains that we're seeing are meaningful. But to your point, we are by no means there yet. It was really significant in the last round of NAEP results. For the first time, Tennessee is now in the top half of academic performing states in the country. We've not been there before. But the stair step of improvement that we've seen in the TCAP results is leading us to a place where that is now true. And again, talking about 41% of students passing the test, I don't want to make light of the fact that we still have massive improvement that we need to make. But it seems prudent to say that the improvements that we've seen do reflect changes, positive changes that have happened in schools across Tennessee, and we can triangulate that in different ways. And the last thought also that your comments is recognizing the difference between measuring to improve and measuring to evaluate. Our job with the TCAP test is measuring to evaluate, right? We are the rigorous end-of-line result to say, how far did we get? There is a whole space of educational measurement that is specifically intended to give information to folks who are in the trenches every single day, and we're a piece of that. But the TCAP's primarily intended to be that final end-of-line evaluation about how far we achieved. It is not a sufficient tool to give schools all of the information that they need to drive improvement. It's the starting place in their conversation about performance. It is not the end goal to give them what they need to continue to realize gains in classrooms across the state.
Mr. Molinar.
I think my mic may have died here. I'll speak up a little bit. Thank you for that. To clarify, the discipline that I was inquiring about was not the discipline with respect to the rigor of the math behind this particular study, these particular results. It was really more a question of, in your mind, does this create a situation, for example, thank you, where people who are doing the great work that would underlie good results could perceive that, hey, what we're doing is working, without recognizing that they're actually missing the mark. They're not really, if you strip away the macro factors, the strategy or the policy or the decisions that are being made aren't actually advancing the cause. There's something else that's sort of, that's driving that result, that's sort of consuming whatever decision they might be making. All of that simply to say, it's great to see the results. I would much rather see this general trend than the alternative, but it also does bring the risk of less rigor in the day-to-day decisions that are being made, because we just kind of assume that what we're doing seems to be working. And what is your leadership team, what is the broader team really doing to make sure that assumption doesn't start to creep in? Because what will happen is, cast out 3 or 4 or 5 years, when the macro trend sort of goes away, and it will at some point predictably, then we're left with the decisions that we've been making, that if suboptimal would lead us to an opposite trend that we don't want to experience.
Well, I'm happy to share a perspective on that, but I'll also, if Christy Brown wants to weigh in, because we're getting a little bit more into the implementation and improvement end of things, which is less my shop. But I think the way I would interpret your comments is, looking at the early grade literacy improvement, right? We went from around 28, 29% proficiency 5 years ago, and now we're up at 44%. From an implementation standpoint, have we squeezed all the juice that we possibly can out of that initiative? Because we've seen that improvement slow, right? Like we were up 4.5% in '23, we were up 0.7% last year. Is the most efficient bang for the buck for districts to rededicate themselves to that work? Or does it make more sense to shift some of those resources into middle school and support middle school literacy so that we can continue to try to protect that recent trend that's contradicting the national trend? And that's the difficult work of being a director of schools, right? It's their job to make those really hard decisions about how they're spending scarce resources, and figuring out how they can have an impact that protects and realizes and prioritizes this local trend that we're seeing that seems to be, preliminarily speaking, bucking that national trend.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you for your work. It is encouraging to see the trajectory over the last several years. I do have a question. You've got a composite on these scores across the state. And my question, and you don't have to answer this right now, is the components of that. I have a district that I've got urban, suburban, and rural schools. And it would be helpful to me to get some insight into how that, you've got whatever, the 46% or whatever, and that's across the entire state. It would be helpful, not today, but to get some insight into where we're making, if you got a 46.8, there's probably 70 somewhere and 15, whatever the math is there. That would be helpful to me to get a better insight into where we're improving and where the things are just stuck where they are. So you don't need to respond to that, but I would like to think that we could get some analysis that looks a little bit deeper into the composite, what the components of the composite are. Does that make sense?
No, it certainly does, and I'm happy to report that disaggregation by what we would call locale, right? There's a national education statistics that breaks out urban, suburban, rural, town. That's a typical disaggregation that the department supports. So our assessment dashboard will allow you to break out results by locale. Our data downloads page has files that make the data available by locale. And so we clearly get the question, it's important, and particularly in Tennessee, we have such diverse communities here. It's very hard to talk about a typical Tennessee anything because our districts look wildly different from each other. So we appreciate the push.
I don't know what the resource is or how, but I'd love some feedback on that if you don't mind. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd like to say one thing is, Dr. Laird, I don't know when you came into this position, but I know when I was on the board, first on the board in 2018, I don't think you were near as prominent, if you were on the board in TDOE at the time, as you are right now. But if you look at what's happened over the last 5 or 6 years, 10 years in the department, getting the data to know where we are and where we want to go, it's tremendous. And a lot of it, I think, has to do with your leadership. Just wanted to thank you for that. Okay, thank you. Next item is Tennessee 2030 Data-Driven Goals for Tennessee. Courtney Bell from SCORE.
Well, thank you so much to the board for inviting us to come speak about this new coalition that SCORE is leading around setting some data-driven goals for our state moving forward. So I know my colleague Mary Cypress Metz had the opportunity to come speak to the board about 6 months ago about another collective impact project we've been working on, our impact credentials framework, to try to better capture how we're connecting students to economic opportunity. And this is really a practical application of that, and an opportunity for us to set a new vision as a state. So why did we start exploring this goal setting project? We know first off that too few Tennesseans are finding paths to economic success. And we also know that fortunately we have a strong track record as a state of aligning around collective goals and making significant progress. So some folks in this room may remember in 2011, when we set the goal to be the fastest improving state on NAEP, and we met that goal. We've also had a collective goal around post-secondary attainment, the Drive to 55. And while we didn't meet that goal, we made tremendous progress toward it. So we know that we have a history of kind of linking arms and working collectively to drive forward action. We also know, fortunately, that there's really clear research and data on how we can measure and even predict student success. And we also know that rather than having one singular goal, having a longitudinal look allows partners at all points in the continuum to find a place to connect, to push forward work for Tennessee students. And we also saw this as a real opportunity to work together to cast a bold new vision that prepares Tennessee students for success. So when we're talking about progress year over year, we're anchoring to a bigger picture. And so when we first started thinking about this project, the first thing we did was go through a stakeholder engagement process. And I know two of the first folks we talked to were Sarah and Michael at the state board around if we were going to set a series of goals for the state, where would we anchor them? What would we look at, knowing that there are a plethora of different areas we could have looked at. And what we heard from folks was this felt like an important role that SCORE could play to set ambitious goals across different sectors, that it would be something that wouldn't make sense for a single agency to own alone, and so that it really would need to be a collective impact project. We also heard that it felt like our state was lacking a North Star. We had goals in the past, but we didn't have anything currently we were driving toward as a state. And we also heard interest from partners in aligning strategic plans and future dashboards reports to the Tennessee 2030 goals. I know we had lots of conversations with Dr. Gentile, our partners at TBR, at TDOE, about a desire to have a more cohesive vision for the state. And then also just a lot of excitement about the opportunity to work collectively together. And so where that brought us was to these Tennessee 2030 goals that really aim to set a shared vision for student success across the entire education continuum, including really ambitious goals for growth across key metrics that have been shown to be predictive of students' long-term success. As I mentioned, we were hoping to make an actionable application of the credential impact framework that was also collectively conceived to show what steps would a student need to take on their way to earning a credential that is going to enable economic independence, and chart a clear path for making sure students are on track across their experience. So the hope was to really blur the lines between sectors, between different transition points in a student's educational career, and build really shared accountability for student outcomes. So where that landed us was on this key metrics framework. So you'll see the yellow bar in the middle are the metrics that we anchored on. So again, we could have anchored on a number of different metrics, but as Dr. Laird was sharing previously, there's a ton of evidence that whether or not students are proficient in third grade reading is very predictive of their later success. We know that grade 7 math, we've had some questions about why we anchored on grade 7 versus grade 8. In Tennessee, grade 7 is the last grade where the majority of students are on the same pathway before folks may start peeling off to take Algebra 1 or integrated math at an earlier level. Some students do that in 7th grade, but the majority are still on that same pathway. College going, on time, post-secondary completion, and I'll talk a little bit about our aspirations for quality being included in that, and then quality credential attainment. And you'll see on the right, our anchor aspiration. I think whenever you start talking about goals in a numerical sense, there is a tendency or a desire for folks to say, why would you not set a goal of 100%? And obviously, we want all students to read and write proficiently, to be able to do math, to be able to live choice-filled lives. But we wanted to have very data-driven, realistic, but ambitious goals that we could work toward. And so these are sort of a stake in the ground. And we also know, as I mentioned, these metrics are not inclusive. There are a lot of things that you look at before and after these, a lot of things that could be included. So I've listed just a few of the leading indicators that, as we talk to partners, felt like other important pieces of the puzzle that if you were a community member working to support these goals and you didn't have a direct impact on grade 3 ELA, there are other areas you could look at and other leading indicators that could let you know whether or not students are on track before they reach that metric. And so as we started thinking about setting these goals, we kind of went through a thought experiment as a team of what would it look like if just one more student in every classroom across the state reached proficiency in these goals each year, and we maintained that pace of growth until 2030. Where would that land us? And what we saw is that that led to pretty tremendous growth. And so that is what led us to set these goals where they are at. So again, looking at 2024 data, and I know you all just had the opportunity to hear Dr. Laird and his team share about our TCAP results. So those are not captured in this, the TCAP results that came out the previous, just last month. But we wanted to set a path for if we were to meet this pace based on where we were in 2024, where would we get to? And so you can see that just one more student per classroom every year would get us to 71% proficiency in ELA by 2030, which would be a record for the state and the country. In 7th grade math, if we applied that same methodology, we would get to 58% of students reaching proficiency by 2030. In post-secondary, if we were able to support one additional high school senior in every classroom across the state to pursue a post-secondary pathway, we would get to a 77% college going rate. And you can see in the text there, we are hopeful that eventually this could be a more inclusive measure that doesn't just include typical post-secondary going, but could also recognize apprenticeships, military enlistment, other viable pathways that lead to economic success for students. But we just don't have the data right now to have a cohesive measure there. And then completion, if we were to get one more student across the finish line, we would get to a completion rate of 64%. And you'll see that shaded light purple region there. Our aspiration is that 75% of those credentials would be high value credentials on our impact credentials framework. So credentials that are in high demand, that have a good job outlook, that result in a strong wage, that could potentially be stackable. But we know that that's not the full picture of student success. We know that unfortunately, we have a lot of youth who are disconnected. Nearly 1 in 6 young people ages 16 to 24 are disconnected from both education and the workforce. We know that some students get interrupted. In 2021, for example, 64,000 high school graduates completed the Tennessee Promise requirements, but 50% of them never enrolled in post-secondary education. And we know from data that if students don't seamlessly enroll in a post-secondary opportunity, they're unlikely to get back on that track. We also know that we're facing underemployment. So nearly half of Tennesseans are underemployed based on their level of education, and Tennessee has one of the lowest workforce participation rates in the country. We know that our attainment still lags workforce needs, despite the concerted effort we have made as a state to improve our overall level of attainment. Nearly half of Tennesseans hold a post-secondary credential, and we know that 2/3 of jobs will require one by 2031. So as a state, we must work urgently and collectively to cast a more expansive vision and goals that reflect our full understanding of what contributes to student success. Because we know when students excel in the classroom, they emerge prepared to find success in college, in career, and in life. And I'll share just a portion of a quote from a director of schools in Sullivan County, which is one of the districts that signed on to be a Tennessee 2030 partner. He said, "Imagine what can happen if we work together to remove barriers and ensure more students find success. It's time to turn the aspirations we have for our students and that they have for themselves into reality." I want to quickly preview sort of the next phase of this work, which will be local data dashboards that we hope to launch later this fall. And I will say huge thanks to our partners at THEC who are doing some special cuts of data for us that we really appreciate. And TDOE for always having great data downloads that we're able to access and leverage. But we started thinking about at the local level, what if we anchored on that same ambitious 1 student per classroom pace of growth, taking into consideration where each district is starting. So you can imagine that some districts might lose ground in a year. Maybe their student needs changed, maybe they had a high rate of teacher turnover, maybe they experienced some other type of disruption. But what if instead of losing hope, we rallied around them to ensure that they got back on that ambitious pace of 1 more student per classroom per year? And this is anonymized, but this is an actual Tennessee district, so you can see a district that saw a pretty significant decrease. But if they were to get back on that pace of one more student per classroom per year, they could still reach 61.7%, this is third grade ELA, proficiency by 2030. And then on the other side of the coin, you can imagine that some districts might surpass that one student per classroom pace, which is obviously what we aspire to. But what if instead of expecting them to let up, we supported them to maintain that sense of urgency and stay on a solid upward trajectory of one more student or more each year? What would we see there? And this is, again, another Tennessee district who saw a pretty big jump in third grade ELA. And you can see if they were able to maintain a one student per classroom pace until 2030, they would reach 77% proficiency, which is truly remarkable. And so I say that for folks like Dr. Maxwell in the room who may remember AMOs, things like that. What we did not want the perception to be is that SCORE is setting goals for districts of what they should achieve. And we know that based on when those years were, when that data was anchored, that may really change your ability to meet those expectations. And so we felt like by meeting each district where they are each year, setting a clear vision for an achievable but ambitious pace of change, and then supporting them to meet that pace, the statewide impact would be huge. So our hope would be that we keep these static state level goals, and then each year we will update the local dashboards with growth projections for districts if they're able to meet that pace. And I'll read one more just excerpt of a quote from Tara Scarlett, who shared, achieving the Tennessee 2030 goals around reading, math, and post-secondary enrollment and completion is critical to propelling our state forward and ensuring each student reaches their full potential. So that really is the intent of it. And then, as I mentioned, this is really a coalition effort. So we already have nearly 50 districts, higher education institutions, schools, and community advocacy organizations who have signed on as official Tennessee 2030 partners and are actively championing these goals. And the number of partners continues to grow. So you can see a full list of partners on the Tennessee 2030 website, tn2030.org. And if any folks are interested in learning more about what it means to be a partner or signing on, we would love to talk more. Would love to welcome questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bell. Questions for Ms. Bell?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Thank you. I'll try to be very direct with this question.
Yeah.
It sounds like I take this. I perceive from this presentation that there's agreement around, hey, we want everybody to improve. Mm-hmm. You and your team have projected, hey, this is where we could go with this. Join us in that effort. What is it exactly, in 1 minute, what is it exactly that you plan to do to get there? I hear a lot of like energy and excitement about it, but like what are the discipline strategies and operative execution elements of that plan?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to vary from community to community based on what their specific needs are, and that's why we're hoping to build a coalition of partners who are sharing ideas and strategies. I think as a state level organization, we'll continue to advocate for the strategies that we know research has shown to lead students to greater success. So in early literacy, having high quality instructional materials in place, systematic phonics instruction, high dosage tutoring, instructional coherence, those are issues we'll continue to champion. We're doing a lot of research as an organization around math and what we need to do to continue the amazing pace of change we've had, positive pace of change we've seen in math, how we can codify some of those practices. We're doing a lot of work about thinking about pathways for students and how we can make those feel more connected, and are doing deep partnership work with Christy's team at TDOE to think about how we can better connect pathways to careers so students are able to succeed. But I think ultimately we will hope to track data over time, highlight bright spots when we see them at both the school and district level of districts that are exceeding expectations, exceeding that pace, so we know the places that we can go to learn.
Can I follow on to your question, Mr. Mullenhour?
Go ahead.
Because I had one that was very similar to that.
Yeah.
I think what you're proposing is an excellent way, like you say, to track, to make aware. You know, you think of one person in a classroom. I like that concept. That seems easy to do. But then when you think of, you know, maybe there's 20 people in a classroom, one in every classroom, that's 5%.
Yeah.
So you go back to what Dr. Laird was saying, that's a 5% increase. But the key is, how do you get there? And you talk about long-term success. how do you define long-term success? Now, this board's mission is to prepare students for post-secondary success. Is that what you do, is long-term success? Is that they end up in the workplace with a career? Or when you talk about, how do you define long-term success?
Yeah, I think for us, we say success in college, career, and life. So we want students to be able to live choice-filled lives where they are able to take the path that's best suited to their interests and needs, but also results in a living wage, a family-sustaining wage, and an ability for them to be productive members of society. So I think whether that path is directly into post-secondary to pursue an additional degree or credential, which for a lot of students is the right pathway, or whether that's a pathway into the military or a pathway directly into the workplace, but with the information about what their long-term earnings could be, what their potential for additional job growth would be. So I think it's around equipping students with the ability to make choices that will result in a life of economic independence.
So I agree. I think that's what we ought to do, is look at the end point. And going back to Mr. Molinar's question, how do you get there? So is that something where we would look at our curriculum to see if our curriculum is preparing those students for that success, that type of thing that you're proposing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think it's something we're doing a lot of thinking about as an organization, of how we can analyze labor market data, labor market needs, to see where are the high demand career pathways that have a steady job outlook, so that students are not just taking the next step, that they'll stay stagnant for 40 years, but that there's an opportunity for them to continue stacking on additional credentials, growing in their career. So I think making that information connect from the workforce to post-secondary and then even down to high school is the work that we're working a lot with Christy's team around. How can you define those pathways better in high school? How can you help students, when they're thinking about post-secondary, also think about career? I often think about my own high school experience, and I was a public school educated. I was always a high achiever. I went into college not knowing what I wanted to do. I felt like I had plenty of time to explore, and I remember having a little panic attack after my first semester of being like, oh my goodness, I'm supposed to know what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life. And so I think hopefully building a system where students who are currently in high school are going into their next steps, whatever those may be, whether that's directly into the job market, into the military, into post-secondary, with a vision for where they want to land and what their options are, and that our advising is increasingly attending to that and helping them to see those connections.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I don't think we should lose that sight.
Yeah.
That we want to look at each student and see what helps them get to their pathway.
Agree.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Holt, then Mr. Molinar. Or Mr. Yeah.
You still have,
Oh.
want to go back?
Okay, Mr. Molinar, go ahead.
I'll make, just one quick comment. So just looking at your website, it looks like there's a lot of people who agree with the objective, a lot of organizations who are steeped in this field, and I think it looks like you've got tremendous support for the idea and concept. I'm not seeing a lot of school districts that have signed up at this point. And I'm not asking this or saying this in a critical sense. I'm trying to create some visibility around what you're doing.
Yeah.
If I'm a superintendent, or if I'm someone who's making decisions around whether or not we choose to engage in this or sign up on this, what is the compelling argument that I do so?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I will say we have not focused as much on recruiting individual districts. We worked with the Tennessee Organization of School Superintendents, so their membership organization, and were able to present to their executive committee, and they signed on as a partner. And so as an individual district, what we would hope is that we could provide additional data analysis that may be specific to what you need. We've had some partners ask us, hey, if we wanted to project this out at the school level, could you support us to do that? If we wanted to look at comparisons, we had a lot of back and forth as we talked to folks and iterating around what the local dashboards would look like. A lot of districts were like, I would love to be able to compare my district to another one. And a lot of people were like, I would definitely not like to be able to do that, or would not like people to be able to do that. So I think our hope is we would be able to provide some more customized, bespoke data analysis for them, and help them think about strategies, connect them to resources that could make progress toward the goals. Yep.
Mr. Holt?
Thank you. So we as a state board are undertaking our own strategic planning process. And so
Yeah.
your timing presenting to us is very appropriate. And as I look at the TN 2030 key metrics, I think those line up pretty well with our strategic plan and what we have been talking about. But I just wanted to sort of put a pin for everyone that, in the spirit of all rowing together, that as we're refining our own master plan, that we are aligning with the work that SCORE and others are doing, so that we don't have, aspirations that are not all lined up together and are at cross purposes. So I'm not sure where the best way to kind of make sure that we're lined up as SCORE is moving forward and as we're moving forward, but I just want to invite that collaboration so that we ensure that we're doing that.
Yeah, thank you for that.
I'll add on to that. I strongly agree with that, but we're going to hear in a second from THEC about their strategic plan here. TDOE has their plans. I've long been a proponent that we be sure that our plans are well aligned and work together closely to be sure that when we put our strategic plan together and we work with TDOE and we work with THEC and other organizations to make sure that we're all in alignment.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Jensen.
question on the communications.
Yeah.
I had involvement probably 10 years ago with East High School when they started a STEM school. And one of the real challenges we had, and at a granular level, was getting the parents to understand the opportunity.
Yeah.
I was recently at the Germantown superintendent leadership, and they were saying parents are now calling and saying, what are you doing on career and technical education? And that's in a community that would probably not be thought of as a place where CTE is going to be important, but the parents are asking about it. And I think when we look at University of Tennessee, I don't know what the entrance for the ACT is there, but I suspect it's mid-20s. University of Memphis has changed theirs to 21. And so it seems like we have got a enlarging opportunity, we could call it a gap, with kids and post-secondary. And one of the things that I have felt strongly about is that we have to start with the parents and the children in the 6th, 7th, 8th grade. And that surprises people when you tell them. But if we don't communicate, and this is my question, is from a communication, marketing, whatever word, what are y'all doing to get that message down into parents and their children, and at what level and at what age? Because I think you've got to build that into their thinking now, not in the 11th grade.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious about how that's being addressed, and I'm sure y'all are thinking about it, but I'd appreciate hearing something on that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that's a really great point, and I think we have heard traditionally, I'm excited to hear that there's been positive feelings around CTE and requests for it from parents, because I think what we often hear is the opposite of parents who have kind of an antiquated vision of what CTE education is or what advanced manufacturing is, and they picture kids like dirty in a plant floor, and they don't understand it's actually, they're programming the robot that's putting the tool on. And so I'm glad to hear that there are some changing perceptions around that. I think that is definitely work that we're thinking through in partnership with TDOE around those high school pathways. How are we improving advising so that not only students but their families are getting better information about career pathways and how schools are working to meet those? I think TDOE is also doing some really innovative thinking about how you better define pathways of study in high school around dual enrollment. Specifically, we have a really robust CTE programs of study that are very well defined, but how do you do that for something that may not be a CTE course? And then how are you giving information to students and families as they think about that? I think we've also done some thinking around how we could improve work-based learning offerings, and I think thinking about parent externships could be an interesting thought. I know we've done some thinking as an organization around teacher externships and how do you get educators into some of these high-demand career places to see what it's like to actually do that job, because we know that's often who students are going to for advisement is not necessarily their high school counselor, but their favorite teacher or someone that they respect in the school building. So how do we get more folks to have that? So I think including parents in the conversation about students' careers. I know as a result of the Innovative School Models grants that TDOE did 3 years ago now, A lot of districts did invest in both career counselors and also career interest inventories. And so I think improving how we're sharing that information with families, because students are often starting doing those career interest inventories when they're in middle school and starting those conversations earlier. Those are a few thoughts that I'd have, but I think that's a really good push for making sure that we're including families in the conversation.
Follow up, if I may. So when you look at, the parents will hear about it if it's going well.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's the best message is when there's a program, and I think of the University of Memphis, their high school, they got like 1,500 or 2,000 people on the waiting list to get into that high school, into that school.
Yeah.
Well, there's something going on there that's causing parents to say, I want my child there.
Yeah.
And so part of it is getting the programs there, getting them robust, making them work. But I think there's also a piece missing in the message about the viability or the desirability of post-secondary that's other than something at four-year college. I'm sorry to pick on four-year colleges, but I just see, you know, one of the numbers we saw was 50% of the kids, well, that we got 50% that we've not done a good service to.
Yeah.
And that for a long time in Memphis, at least, it was everybody, every day college bound. Well, that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
It never was true.
Yeah.
And maybe that's aspirational, but it doesn't deal with the reality of what our kids, and I'm glad we're moving in this direction, but it just still seems to be there's messaging that's necessary to get to enough people to understand this is the pathway for the future.
Yeah.
So that's,
Yeah.
appreciate what y'all are doing.
Vice Chair Cobbins.
Thank you, and the SCORE team for your work on this. I participated in the quality credentials framework process with Mr. Gentile over about a 6-month period, and I definitely see this as an extension of that work, or dovetails. A couple of points. One, this framework, to me, is similar to how we propose standards. So these are basically standards and expectations of what we want outcomes to be for our students. And how that happens in Memphis and Shelby County, how that happens in Knoxville or Chattanooga or Nashville may look different,
Right.
similar to how districts take the standards and incorporate their curriculum appropriately for their particular student population. So the organizing principle around having these standards and expectations of outcomes, I think, is really important, because across all of these vast and large institutions, we all have our strategic plans, but we really, at the end of the day, are all working towards that same goal of positive student outcomes. Second, a couple of years ago, we had a presentation by the Department of Labor where they talked about the workforce participation rate, and I think the number was that 500,000 Tennesseans who are work eligible are not participating.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard that, several times in years since. And two things come to mind with that issue. One is, how do we stem that tide? Okay. So that's first and foremost. How do we, keep more people from falling into that river? And so I see this as a part of that, where, we're making a commitment that you will not leave our learning environment with no options.
Yeah.
At minimum, you'll have a credential that allows you to go out into the world and pursue your objectives. Now, there's another piece of that 500,000. There's a whole lot more work that has to be done to deal with with that population in and of themselves. And I know this doesn't necessarily try to do that. But, as you've talked about this and presented this, those things come to mind for me. And I think it's great for us all to be on the same page, singing from the same hymn book, and pushing towards the same outcomes. And working those into our strategic plans, which then sends a stronger message across the state to the partner organizations who'll be doing the work, on the ground level. So thank you all for your hard work, and give my best to David and Mayor
Yes, and thank you
Cypress
for serving on that committee. I know that was a time commitment. We
All right.
really
Keep up the
appreciate
great
your
work.
contributions.
Thank you.
Dr. Morrison?
I just can't miss the opportunity because I hear Mike Edwards like echoing in the back of my head right now, because one of the things I appreciate so much about this is how student-centered truly the metrics are. I mean, I think, you know, all hopefully districts and state boards and agencies are thinking about how we track progress and, you know, don't lose sight of like, you know, we want to continue to see that trend. But I think when you put it in terms of students, then the percentages become real. And you also see that it is doable. You know, one student in every classroom. Think about teachers. If I'm a district leader, like taking this, I love the idea that y'all are going to have local dashboards, because I think, again, the energy behind this hopefully will continue if people really take it and, to your point, like make it theirs and then connect about the strategies and the things that are working, the bright spots. I mean, you all do an excellent job at SCORE of getting curious about where we see really great success and what's happening there, and just getting on the ground to understand and connect people to those places of real progress. But at its core, I just really love that it's about like one student in every classroom. I think that makes it real. It also makes it like become possible when you see that this, like, that number is one student in every classroom.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I
well,
appreciate that, like getting curious. That is something that's always interesting to us when data comes out. We're looking for new ways to cut it and to find surprises. And I don't think this district would mind because their results were wonderful. But the district that had the big jump was Henry County. And that was kind of surprising to us. I'm like, I want to follow up with them and see, what are you doing? Like, why did your kids see this huge jump in third grade ELA? Because something they're doing is working. And so it feels like a shared opportunity for us to learn from the good work that's happening in the field. I think to Dr. Maxwell's earlier point, like, this is a journey that we've been on as a state for a long time. We've had really great success. We've been touted as a national leader. And we also know that 40% of kids reading is not okay. And so hoping that this will help us to find the bright spots, figure out what they're doing, and replicate those good practices.
Thank you.
I had one more
Yeah, Mr.
question,
Jensen.
comment. We've got our folks here, everybody saying we're doing a strategic plan, and that's wonderful, and I look forward to it. And I just want to make sure we've got AI in the mix of really thinking about that, because it's coming fast. Mr. Vice Chairman Cobbins and I have watched over the last 10 months in our region this just massive influx of job opportunities and growth in that area. And that's one part of it, but the other part is how it's going to dramatically shift the way we learn, the way we teach. And I don't have all the answers, but as we're doing strategic plans, then that needs to be somewhere in the mix, because it's coming, and it's coming really fast.
I appreciate the board has been really forward thinking in how to incorporate that AI across subject areas, and agree. It feels like every day there's a new advance that blows my mind. So agree with that wholeheartedly.
Any other comments? Yes,
Can I just
Mr. Holt.
echo Mr. Jensen's comment? And I feel like a lot of times with this group, that when we talk about AI, it shifts to implementation in the classroom, how it can make teachers more efficient, proper uses with students, which is very, very important. But then also like what the jobs of the future are going to be, and then how we should, if we are looking forward to what you said, Mr. Chairman, about, you know, making sure that all students have those post-secondary opportunities, trying our best to look forward and using all the experts that we can tap into to what are those going to be in however many years. And we may not be able to predict it, but we're actively trying to do that so that they don't get there and they've got, you know, the credentials and the jobs for the jobs of 2025 instead of for 2020, 2030 and 35 and so forth.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Bell.
Thank you so much for the time.
We have a break. It's 1:39. Let's convene in 10 minutes. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Hey, Ally, could you tell them out there 2 minutes so we can get the board members in here? Hey, Josh, can you round them up? Round them up? Talking about strategic planning.
For sure.
Our next item is Tennessee Higher Education Commission's master plan, and we are missing Mr. Stephen Gentile. Are you going to speak for him?
Can you guys hear me? Oh, he did want to do the introduction.
Okay.
So if we could give
We'll
him
get him.
just a second.
Nathan's right here. Mr. Gentile. Tennessee Higher Education Commission's master plan. It's up to you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon. Transition to talking about another strategic plan here. I am joined today by Ms. Paige Elliott. She's our Senior Director of Research and Strategy, and my Chief Strategy Officer, Amanda Clefane. If I could take a moment of personal privilege, you guys have all gotten to see how awesome and amazing Dr. Victoria Harpole is. She's on Amanda's team as well. We just got back from a conference, the SHIO Policy Conference, which was made up of people from our types of agencies from across the country. And Amanda received what is essentially the industry's MVP award, the David L. Wright Memorial Award. David Wright used to work in Tennessee. He's worked at other SHIO agencies as well, and he head up our last master plan in 2015. It was an honor to see her win that award. So I want to thank you, Amanda, for all the great work you do on behalf of Tennessee. Yes, snaps around, claps around for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go over today a couple of items. One is going to be the higher education master plan, and then to talk about our college going rate as well. With regards to the higher education master plan, just some backdrop on this. This is a requirement that the state has in statute that the Tennessee Higher Education Commission set the strategic higher education master plan for the state of Tennessee. And there's actually a very prescriptive process in there in that statute. There's a master plan review committee that is composed of the 6 presidents of the locally governed institutions, the LGIs, the University of Tennessee System president, the chancellor of the Tennessee Board of Regents. It also has on that committee the chairs of both the finance and education committees in both the House and the Senate. The legislative budget office is on that committee as well, the commissioner of finance and administration, and the comptroller of the treasury. Am I missing anyone else who's part of that process? Okay. And then also our commission, much like your body here, is ultimately tasked with approving that strategic master plan. So in some ways, it's a very prescriptive code on exactly who's a part of that process, but we wanted to expand that and really hear from as many stakeholders as possible in thinking through our next 10-year strategic plan. We started this process back at the beginning of the year, surveying our commissioners, surveying stakeholders from higher education, from state government, identifying what we need to do and where we need to go on behalf of higher education. Since then, we've held topical work groups that focus on workforce, data, defining a North Star goal, on access and research and data as well. We've had really good conversations, and last week we presented to our commission the outline of where the strategic plan is going and what we've heard from everyone. We're looking forward to having that conversation with you today. And then we have next week another meeting with that statutory committee I mentioned earlier. And then our team is going to buckle down and start writing that strategic plan. In October, we're convening all the trustees in the state and the regents from TBR for an event, a 2-day event. And a big topic of that conversation is going to be the strategic plan, and then for final commission approval in November, and then launching that going forward. Again, this is a 10-year plan. My hope is that we set a direction where in 2030, we're updating this plan in order to best situate us where we need to be for that last 5 years. And to go one step further, to set a North Star goal that's going to be projected for 2040. I think it's really important with higher education that you give yourself as much time as possible as you're working with ultimately 3 to 5 years of making substantial changes for things that will affect education for the next 4 to 5 years. So a 10-year plan with a 15-year goal. Next slide, please. A big topic of conversation, and this came up earlier with SCORE's presentation on the credentials of impact. We mentioned here being a part of that process and identifying some concerns that people have with higher education, specifically the value of higher education. Now, those words themselves have not been explicitly expressed in our meetings. However, when you start to drill down on what is identified as the problems of higher education, arresting that decline in the perception of the value of higher education is paramount. We know that Tennessee needs more, not fewer, more students going into college and getting that credential. We also know that there are premiums attached to those who graduate with a bachelor's degree, an associate's degree, and even those who do not attain that credential, start but do not attain that credential. Unfortunately, in Tennessee, there's a lot that fall into that first category, that some college, no degree. In Tennessee, students who start off at a university who are first-time, full-time students, just 50% of them are getting a credential in 4 years. In our community college sector, upwards of a fifth to a fourth of our students fail to get to that next semester after starting that first year of community college. We know that higher education is of value. We also realize that we can do a lot more to make it even more valuable. Amanda Clefane is going to take the remainder of this presentation and talk about where our outline is pointing us. Amanda?
Thank you, Chair Eby, Dr. Morrison, and members of the board for having us here this afternoon. So Stephen sort of just laid out the process that we've been going through over the past several months to engage with a wide variety of stakeholders on this master plan. We really had two primary goals as we set out in this process. One, to ensure that this was highly collaborative, and we heard from the various voices that would be not only impacted by, but impacting this plan. And second, that we ensured that this was a plan that could live on, not one that we knock out and publish and then forget about, but one that we're really thinking through and thinking about on a daily basis. I've been grateful to work with Allie and other members of the board as we've been thinking through this process and recognizing that your group is also going through the same strategic planning process. And so really excited to share this with you today. What I'm going to do is outline really how we've organized this outline for our master plan, and would really love to hear from you all as we get through each of what we're calling our cornerstones. So where I'm going to start is talking a little bit about our guiding principles. And I was really grateful. I feel like a lot of the discussion that happened following Courtney's presentation just a little bit ago, I think really resonates with things and conversations that we heard throughout our master planning process. So what you see before you on this slide, and I won't read everything on the slide, are a series of guiding principles that we identified. Really the values and beliefs that we think are going to influence and should influence the decisions and actions that we take with this master plan, and as this master plan should evolve over time. We want to ensure that our goals and that our strategies are ambitious, but that they're also collaborative. Consistency came up as a big talking point throughout our discussions, really a desire to ensure that while we have been at the forefront in many ways as a state, we continue to fulfill those duties and responsibilities to our institutions and to our students and families. Innovative. Again, another term that I think really recognizes the fact that Tennessee has been at the front of a lot of different policy initiatives across the country. Student-centered, this was raised earlier and is one that most of folks, as we've gotten feedback, really think this ought to be our first guiding principle. You can see there's not really an order to these except that they're in alphabetical order right now, but recognizing that everything that we should be doing should be student-centered with them in mind. And then that last guiding principle we have up here is understandable. Something we heard a lot about is that we really make this system harder than it needs to be, both for students and families to navigate, but also as we think about the multitude of staff that need to help students navigate the system. How can we streamline and simplify some of the things that we do to ensure greater awareness and understanding of our system overall? So it's with these 6 guiding principles that are kind of helping to inform and push us forward with our master plan. But what I mentioned before and what I think serve as really some foundations to our plan are our cornerstones. We have 3 cornerstones, and these, again, are those foundational blocks. We're really organizing our goals and our objectives for this strategic plan. I'll talk first through our aligned objective. And you've got sort of the statement that we've got under there, recognizing that we need a system, a higher education system that is better aligned within the higher education system, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but also with our K-12 sector and the workforce. We heard through various conversations the need to ensure that we have Tennesseans that are ready to meet the needs of our state. That ensures that we have a more aligned system, both with employers' needs, but also with that future workforce, things that we don't yet fully even know are on the horizon. And so we've identified 3 objectives within this aligned cornerstone that I want to talk a little bit through. The first is ensuring that we have a more efficient and effective higher education system. This was really in recognition of the fact that students are learning at all parts of their journey. Apprenticeships, prior learning, work-based learning, dual enrollment. There are many ways in which students are coming to higher education with experiences, recognizing that that credit ought to be recognized as we think about students' progression towards that degree. And then to Stephen's point earlier about on-time completion, ensuring that we are really promoting students' efficient completion of their degrees. Again, recognizing those various mechanisms, competency-based education and prior learning as we think about that. And then another topic that has resonated and that I'm confident this board thinks through a lot is dual enrollment. We've had explosive growth in dual enrollment as a state. how are we ensuring that those credits are counting towards something meaningful as the student progresses? So again, a more efficient and effective system for higher education. Continuous. This is really in recognition, like I mentioned before, that students' learning is happening at all times. We have high school students who might not seamlessly enroll or adults who are looking to come back. We need to ensure that there are on and off ramps to higher education and that students are able to bring their credits with them. And so an idea that was raised through this process was around a skills inventory. Skills is the word, it seems, of the day as we think about our employers and workforce development areas. And so thinking through how are we communicating the skills that students are gaining and ensuring that that pathway is one that they can come on and off of throughout their journey. And the last one in this cornerstone that I want to highlight is meaningful, ensuring that students can connect their experiences to real world skills. And this again builds off of some of the points I've already made, but really helping to ensure that students know the courses that they're taking have a purpose. We conducted a couple of focus groups throughout the summer and heard directly from students a curiosity, why am I taking this class? This class doesn't seem to make sense for my degree program. Well, I think that is an opportunity for us as we think about how we talk about coursework to better articulate the skills that students are acquiring and really to grapple with what is necessary for those degree programs. So I shared with you all a couple of examples here. You see on the screen in the big circle our cornerstone, and then the smaller circles are 3 objectives. And then some of the points that I made verbally are really a series of strategies that have been identified. What I'd like to point out at this point is that living, breathing document that I mentioned at the outset. Those strategies are the things that we expect to evolve and change over this next decade-long cycle. Things that we hope we make significant progress towards and also can and should evolve as the demands of higher education change. So before moving into the next cornerstone, I was gonna pause and see what sorts of questions or comments or thoughts that you all had on these objectives.
I think you're very clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gentile.
In one of our working groups, we had, it was the same one that Nathan James sat in and was eloquent as always in thinking about the future of where we need to be. And thank you for that. But Commissioner Reynolds from the Department of Education, this was a big key point for her, is how higher education needs to be more aligned with K-12, to your point earlier. And I know that our relationship with the State Board of Education has never been stronger, but she also pushed us in a way and said, we need to hear more from higher ed about where we're coming up short in K-12. And oftentimes I try not to point fingers at anyone because I find oftentimes higher ed points fingers at K-12, K-12 at higher education, and it can be a circular effect in that way. But it dawned on me like, okay, I need to perhaps lean in more in certain conversations, and it was good to have that so expressed, and that will be a theme in our master plan here.
Thank you. I will also say, I think it is continue to be important that we look at the endpoint, which you're talking about, and for the integration, the P20 instead of K-12, higher ed, the workforce, I think is critical. And I think you asked a very key question. You said, why am I taking this course? What's it going to do for me in the future? I think those are the kind of things we have to ask ourselves.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Mullenhour.
Thank you. I would piggyback on that and just say one of the things that I think is oftentimes lost in these conversations is, in fact, it may be on this slide right here that you're looking at, sort of this focus on future workforce and, becoming a productive citizen and so forth, all of which are honorable objectives. But I think we also need to take into account, like, what's the quality of life of the students that are coming out of these programs, not just what can they earn, not just what their income is. And, it's things like learning how to manage their finances. And, I know that there's been conversation about that within the K-12 sphere, but like learning how to manage your own personal financial well-being is, I think, a very important part of not just being a productive contributor in the workforce, but also being able to afford to, feed your family and put clothes on your kids and help pay for their education and support their school. So there's more than just turning out worker bees. There's also a quality of life element that I find to be oftentimes missed in establishing kind of what those North Star objectives are. So I'd love to hear, as time goes on, what higher education's thoughts would be on that front, which can, of course, be reverse engineered into the conversations we're having in the K through 12 environment. Thank you.
I'll take quickly, and then I would ask for those who are part of that defining the North Star goal conversation if they've got any points to add. But this was, I think, a really key point that was made from the participants in that room. Again, ranging from several higher education entity representatives, nonprofit advocacy groups, State Board, and the Department of Education, and others. So again, an intentional mix of folks. And they recognized while there are, yes, of course, economic benefits, there are also so many other benefits that we need to be sure we're thinking holistically about those outcomes. And so something that Stephen raised at the beginning, I think, is you'll notice we're not giving some sort of specific goal right now. And that, I think, is in recognition of the fact that this big Drive to 55-esque goal. And that is because we really want to be thoughtful about what are those multiple measures that we're thinking about in terms of student outcomes and success, and how do we ensure that that is in alignment with the direction that we are moving holistically as a state. So hopefully that partially answers your questions, but I did want to say if there's others.
When I mentioned about his eloquence, I was actually thinking about that exact comment. Nathan, you made a point at that meeting. I hope you remember what it was, but we wrote it down. It's somewhere on our notes. Do you remember what you said about that spoke to that?
With your permission, Mr. Chairman. So one of the points that I made in terms of K-12 and higher ed, and how if this state is going to stay on the path of improvement in education, then K-12 can't bear the burden alone of explaining all the time why it's necessary to use assessments, right? The tests and examinations exist, especially when we're talking about end-of-course exams. They exist because higher education was facing a situation where people would come there with an A+ in their physics class or in their chemistry class or whatever class, and then not be prepared for the freshman level work. And so that's something that the Department of Education, this board, and others have worked on over time, and that we absolutely need cover on. At the same time, the partnership that we've had on the early post-secondary opportunities to refine those things to be as useful as they can be, the dual enrollment programs, and to look at those as not just the province of the student that's going to get a bachelor's degree no matter what, but of the student who 20 years ago would have gone to the VOTEC school and is now going to come out with half of or a whole TCAT credential and ready to go. The time of working separately is behind us, and the process there that I was very privileged to take part of, oh my gosh, it sung to my heart, because it wasn't the two parts of education looking at each other over a great chasm. It was an understanding that every bit of this is about providing people who yes, are able to make their living, but more importantly, all this in terms of its service to the state is about producing people who are able to continue this business of self-governance. And that necessarily involves independence economically. It involves independence of thought. And I think it was one of the most fun days that I've had with you all, especially. So.
Thanks, Nathan. Moving now to our second cornerstone, achievable. And I've made this point already, but we need to make higher education more achievable by making it more accessible, affordable, and supported. Again, something that we heard through all of our conversations is that this is harder than it needs to be. There are a lot of opportunities for us as a state to help improve accessibility. Earlier, the point around advising was raised. Thinking through how are we providing students with more information throughout and before they're necessarily making that decision about higher education. Removing information barriers, simplifying our communication strategies. I think hopefully folks on this board are familiar with this most recently launched pilot we have around direct admissions. It's a great example, I think, of really getting information directly into the hands of students in order to help them be successful. Consistency in our language was also raised. How are we communicating with students and staff and others and leveraging tools like College for TN to support them? In terms of affordability, Tennessee has a lot to be proud of in terms of affordability. When you look at a lot of the measurements, we are among the top states in terms of funding per full-time equivalent student. And we've also had some landmark financial aid investments with the Tennessee Promise and the Tennessee Reconnect over time. And so while higher education has become more affordable, we really need to focus on maintaining that affordability as well as those investments in higher education in particular. And so thinking about both those lenses with which we have a lot of positive foundation to build on, but also recognizing that basic needs remains a huge barrier for a lot of our students in terms of enrollment in higher education. There's some great pilots and programs out there now to better support and better understand, quite frankly, the scope of these challenges for our students. And so that is one of the strategies that's been highlighted as a need for us as we think about supporting more students to that finish line, as Stephen mentioned before. And then finally, the third objective in this cornerstone is a more supported higher education system. And this is, again, recognizing a desire that for Tennessee students, the biggest challenges are ones that are occurring in the classroom, not outside of the classroom. And so thinking about how we support students through academic advising, coaching, and some flexibility as is necessary for students who may need to be part-time or working or parents. And so thinking through the support systems that we have, both for our students as well as for our institutions, and getting students across that finish line. So these are a series of objectives and, again, a variety of strategies that we've been thinking about as we desire to make the higher education system more achievable in Tennessee. And I'll move now to the last one. And again, if I had a favorite, I think it might be Agile. A desire to really improve the agility of our system. And that's through a few different objectives that are outlined on this slide. But as the coordinating body for higher education, we've had some pretty substantive, momentous changes in governance in Tennessee since the last master plan was released in 2015. Stephen mentioned the Focus Act gave independent governing boards to our 6 locally governed institutions. That has truly changed the landscape in terms of how we, as the coordinating body, need to think about bringing our campuses together. Something that was shared earlier that I was really excited to hear was talking about the best practices and how are we amplifying and sharing those stories amongst our institutions. This entire cornerstone is really focusing in on how do we as a system operate better to meet those needs. And so the first objective is really helping to ensure that we improve the conditions and are responsive to changing needs. And that's really a more proactive higher education system. And this really involves some intentionality around how we're gathering perspectives. We mentioned a survey at the beginning of this master planning process. How are we going to be regularly engaging students and the higher education community to ensure that we are meeting the needs of today, but also preparing for those needs of tomorrow? Something that we're contemplating and really excited about is the idea of a President's Council. I mentioned now we have 8 governing bodies in higher education in Tennessee. Those are just our public institutions in specific. How can we be bringing those groups together to really help share best practices, understand one another's challenges, and help to make solutions for those? A more coordinated higher education system. Just before this meeting, actually, I was gathering with some THEC staff to talk a little bit about the breadth of higher education. We spend a lot of time talking about our public institutions in the state, and that's, I think, very important. But there's a breadth of institutions that are offering post-secondary training to Tennesseans and beyond the Tennessee borders. How do we ensure that we're capturing the breadth of those institutions and engaging those perspectives through this conversation, especially as those are also institutions preparing students to meet those workforce needs? Again, bringing folks together, using that convening authority and responsibility as a higher education commission to hear those stories, identify issues and challenges, and identify problem solving together. doing so too in a way that is productive. On-time graduation rate has been raised as an example that immediately I think can sometimes cause negative reactions. How are we going to really address the fact that we have a lot of opportunity to improve our on-time graduation rates across the higher education sector? And how can we do that authentically and really uncover the challenges that our institutions are facing and help them find solutions? And then finally, how do we have a more data-informed higher education system? We're very fortunate in this state to have a robust higher education data system. But I think we really want to think through how are we using this information to identify some of the problems and challenges that we're facing and then work together to resolve those. A model that's been used locally, at least within the THEC and higher education system most recently, has been this critical data issues resolution framework, and really bringing together folks from all parts of the higher education enterprise who contribute data and really help us to understand what exactly are we trying to do with this information and how are we going to perhaps collect or evolve that collection to then meet those needs. I think in a very similar way, bringing folks together again to talk as an example about on-time graduation rate and help us strive to understand the challenges faced there. And so I want to close really quickly with sort of where we are in terms of what's next. So what you've heard now is an outline of our higher education strategic plan. As Stephen mentioned, we will be bringing together our statutory committee members on Monday next week to really talk through this plan, but also to take it a step further, to prioritize and then also to determine shared ownership. While this is a strategic plan for higher education in Tennessee, this is not THEC's strategic plan. And so what's really critical is that we have our campuses recognizing themselves in this plan and seeing where they are going to move the needle forward. A next critical step with that will then be bringing those folks together to identify and collect measures. Something that you probably noticed in the various objectives that I shared is that there's not a specific number associated with that. And that's partially by design right now to really think through how are we going to work with our campuses who have the real-time data and are thinking about these issues on a day-to-day basis to inform not only what they're collecting or what they're reporting on at a local level and scaling that statewide. And then really a big thing once we get through our approval processes in November will be to disseminate this plan widely. Ensure that folks are aware of it, how they fit in it, and how we will be moving us forward. Those are the major points that I wanted to make this afternoon relating to our strategic plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Mullenhour.
Thank you. If you had to identify one or two areas where you think there's the highest risk of misalignment between the work that you're doing and the work that the state board is doing, for example, what would those be?
Highest risk.
Well, like help us to kind of highlight that when we review that collaborative effort.
Yeah. I think what remains a really big opportunity is in that alignment cornerstone for us is around the relationship and the connection. You know, the expansion of early post-secondary opportunities in our K-12 spaces, I think is really exciting, both for exploration, but also preparation for students. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to be sure that those credits meaningfully transfer for students to a post-secondary institution. And that in that same vein, I think that career advising conversation is one that I think can be very helpful. You know, it's difficult to ask an 18-year-old to know what they're going to do with the rest of their lives, but how can we better inform them of some of those decisions as they're preparing that? So those might be my two immediate thoughts, but it's something I definitely want to give a little bit more thought to, too.
Am I understanding you correctly just to say that the dual enrollment specifically as kind of a bridge program would be an example of making sure that there's credit alignment, et cetera?
Dual enrollment, I think expansion of industry certifications and work-based learning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Gentile.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, add to that. I mean, the first presentation we heard today from Dr. Laird about the TCAP results, the high school, was it the aggregate rate was 40% or so for high schools? And we're going to have a conversation here about college going rate here in a second, and our college going rate in the mid-50s. students going on to college, and just like that gulf right there of students who are not necessarily prepared for college, but a lot of them are going on to college. That I think speaks to where we just got to be ever vigilant on being aligned. And so it's less about policy specifically, like dual enrollment. I agree. There's a lot of opportunity to have a strategic vision for dual enrollment and align on there, but just also recognizing that the state needs more people in post-secondary, maybe not in a four-year university, but certainly in technical training as well. Just how can we work together to ensure that students are prepared for the challenge ahead? And that's where the alignment's going to be.
I think this is an excellent discussion, and I'm really glad to see our organizations working together, that Dr. Morrison or Nathan, sit as an ex officio member on the board and part of this, and you're working with Allie Reed. I think that's critical to be sure that we have the alignment. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it now over to Paige to talk about college going.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Chairman Eby and the board for inviting us today. To just really tie these two pieces together, we've talked about multiple measures in the strategic plan. We heard from SCORE about their Tennessee 2030 goals, and so we're going to dig into one such measure, actually just released earlier this week, and that is THEC's college going rate. The Tennessee College Going Report is an annual publication by THEC that tracks data on Tennessee's public high school graduates who seamlessly enroll immediately after completing high school in post-secondary education. This includes students who enroll at Tennessee's public universities and community colleges, of course, but also Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology, as well as out-of-state and private institutions. Thanks to THEC's extensive student information system that Amanda referenced earlier, as well as data from the National Student Clearinghouse. And so today I'd like to share a few brief highlights from this year's report, which focuses on the class of 2024. Of course, there is much more in the report, and like I said, that just came out this week, and so I will be sure you have a link to that at the end as well. So part of this year's report highlights some important work done by the Western Interstate Commission on Higher Education, or WICHE. They have a project called Knocking at the College Door, and this is WICHE's venue for providing updates on projections of the number of high school graduates that each state will see in the coming 15 years. In their December 2024 report, WICHE estimates that while most states will see a decline in the number of high school graduates who are available to enter the post-secondary pipeline, Tennessee will actually lead the nation with a 15% growth in the number of high school graduates. This nationwide decline in the number of high school graduates is due to shifting demographics as well as birth rate declines, and has come to be known as the enrollment cliff. And we will see 38 states projected to see fewer high school graduates by the year 2041. However, according to those same WICHE projections, Tennessee will be insulated from this enrollment cliff. In fact, WICHE projects that Tennessee will see upwards of 10,000 additional high school graduates per cohort by 2041. Importantly, this does include both public and private high school graduates, and cumulatively this amounts to 1.3 million additional high school graduates between the classes of 2024 and 2041. While of course this is reassuring news for Tennessee higher education, it's important to stay focused on ensuring that these graduates are able to follow the right post-secondary path for them. Other states who are hurting for enrollments of traditional age students may increase their recruitment efforts in states like Tennessee, and Tennessee's institutions will need to be prepared to help students understand their options for post-secondary education, to understand what it would look like to stay in state, in order for Tennessee to capitalize on this potential pool of new enrollees. And so with that as a little bit of context, as you all are probably very familiar, we do begin to see these WICHE projections for growth in high school graduates play out for the class of 2024. The total class of 2024 grew to over 73,000 students. And as again, I'm sure you know, the state high school graduation rate increased to 92.1%. This meant that the class of 2024 had a record number of high school graduates who could enroll in post-secondary. Which brings us to the college going rate for this class of 2024. This is a measure, again, of the proportion of students in each public high school graduating cohort that seamlessly enroll in post-secondary education. More precisely, these are, again, these public high school graduates in the Tennessee Department of Education's 9th grade cohort who earn a regular high school diploma and enroll at a post-secondary institution in the following summer or fall after their high school graduation. And again, importantly, this includes all students who enroll anywhere. So we've got, again, Tennessee's public institutions, the Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology, as well as private and out-of-state institutions. So the college-going rate for the class of 2024 fell slightly to 56%. However, again, because of the size of the graduating class, this means that the number of students enrolling in post-secondary education did increase to 36,610 students. Given the changes that we saw with the 2023-2024 free application for federal student aid, or the FAFSA, this college-going rate is promising. There were many challenges associated with students' ability to apply for federal financial aid in a timely and seamless manner that this class confronted. And Tennessee really stepped up and facilitated an extensive FAFSA Frenzy campaign last summer, which paid off in consistent completion rates of the FAFSA and, again, in large numbers of students successfully matriculating into post-secondary education. Another important set of metrics tracked in the college-going rate report is college-going gaps across demographic groups. And so here you'll see the college-going rate for male students in bright blue, that line on the bottom, compared to college-going rate for females in darker blue at the top. Females have consistently higher college-going rates than their male counterparts, and this gender gap was at its widest in 2020 at 14.6 percentage points, and it has narrowed slightly in the years that followed. While both groups saw slight changes between the class of 2023 and the class of 2024, this gender gap did remain stable at 13.7 percentage points. Here we also examine college-going gaps by the 4 race and ethnicity groups that we capture in our reporting. We see that changes in college-going rate were not distributed evenly amongst these groups. As the largest student group, white students, who are shown in the bright blue at the top of the graph, make up most of the college-going rate, and they saw a 0.4 percentage point decline in college-going. Students in the other reporting group, which includes American Indian or Native Alaskan, Asian, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, and multiracial students, generally mirror white students' college-going patterns, and again saw a 0.3 percentage point decline in their CGR. College-going rates for Black or African American students, which are shown on the gray line in the middle of the graph, decreased 0.5 percentage points over the last year. This widened the gap between white and Black college-going rates to 13.6 percentage points. And then finally, Hispanic and Latino students' college-going rate is shown in light blue at the bottom, with a 38.5% college-going rate for the class of 2024. Notably, this demographic group is one that is growing within the high school graduate cohorts. And the gap between white and Hispanic students' college-going widened again to 23.1 percentage points, marking the largest gap observed in the 5-year period presented here. And then finally, we also examined disparities in college-going by economic disadvantage status. Again, I'm sure you all are familiar with this, but this is a designation used at the K-12 level to indicate socioeconomic status. This includes students who are in foster care, who are homeless, migrant, or runaway students, and students who are directly certified by the Department of Human Services as participant in state or federal income or nutrition programs. So you'll see here that students who are economically disadvantaged enroll seamlessly in post-secondary education at much lower rates than students who are not in this category. Additionally, the gap in college-going rates between these two groups of students peaked at 28.2% for both the classes of 2020 and 2021. This likely reflects the disparate pandemic impacts on these two groups of students. While the gap narrowed to 26 percentage points in 2023, it widened slightly again to 26.2 percentage points for the class of 2024, ultimately leaving economically disadvantaged students with a college-going rate of only 38.7%. So despite some post-pandemic improvement for these students, a really considerable gap remains. I will leave it there, but as previously mentioned, there's much more to this report, including some recommendations for what higher education should be doing to respond to these data. I encourage you to read the full report as well as accompanying resources on our website, and the code on the screen will take you all there, but we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Jensen.
So your graph shows the entrance of students in freshman year or whatever it might be. do you have numbers on what happens after that year? Because, while we got this number going in, how many are actually sustaining and reaching a certification or a graduate or whatever? Do you have those numbers? Is that something worth hearing about?
Yeah, great question. So yes, we do track that in the form of our first-time freshman cohort graduation rate, which is in our fact book. As Stephen referenced earlier, for that 4-year out from that entrance, that is about 50% statewide, but also varies pretty drastically depending on the institution that they go to. We do not track that back to their high school, but it is something that we have thought about, understanding what that pipeline looks like for students depending upon where they're starting. And I think, again, it speaks to academic preparation and all of the pieces that we need to think about as we're thinking about this coordinated, aligned higher education experience.
So you're, just for clarification, you're saying if you have a student in, enter, one of them will make it?
Within 4 years, correct.
Okay. A follow-up question on first-year students, first-generation students. Do you track those numbers as well?
Yes and no.
Okay.
In a few places we have it. Some of the trickiness that we've discovered recently is having a better understanding of what first generation means to a student, particularly in the state of Tennessee when we do have these TCATs and these other like industry credentials. Understanding how a student whose parent has that type of credential understands themselves. Do they think of them as first generation because their parent didn't go to a traditional college experience, is a little bit tricky. And so there's some variation in how our institutions measure that or capture that across time. So it's just quite not as reliable of a measure. And we also see that it is really highly correlated to that economic disadvantage status.
Right.
And so there are lots of different ways to slice the pie to kind of get at the same sort of concept.
And then just one more comment. University of Memphis identified 3,000 students that were 30 hours or less from graduation. And part of the reason was they ran out of all kinds of funding, and one of the most interesting was a lady who's 76 years old who they made some funds available to address those 3,000. I'm just curious if we could perhaps give some thought to that about how we think about those people who are within 30 hours or some number that we could really, I mean, that's a life-changing event for a lot of people, and they have given up, I think, a lot of times. So I'd appreciate you thinking about that.
Yeah, so I could go on for quite some time, but I'll be brief. We actually have a research project right now with an organization called Ithaca SNR, and they have been helping us do a community of practice with some of our campuses around adult learners, and that's exactly where they've gotten to, is how do we identify who those students are who are very close to the finish line and what they need to get there. And so I won't say too much more because we are in pretty early stages, but I suspect that there will be some exciting developments in that area coming out of THEC soon.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Holt.
Thank you. So the forecast is that we're going to have more as a percentage-based growth in high school graduates than any other state in the country over the next 15 or so years. But then our college-going rate has declined. I mean, it went up a little bit since the pandemic, declined a little bit again last year, but it's still pretty far below the pre-pandemic numbers. So we have this big group of future high school graduates, and it seems like we're sort of at this new plateau below the college-going rate that we had in the past. And that seems like an opportunity, but also like a sort of a dangerous confluence of trends if our objective is to get all of these, as many of these students as we can into the college-going path. So what's the strategy of what have we learned from other states potentially that have higher college-going rates so that we can take advantage of the fact that we have this large influx, it appears, coming down the pike of high school graduates to get more of them into these programs that we think they should be in?
I'll start by saying it can be a really stubborn metric to move. We did see some pretty substantive jumps in increasing college-going rate with the introduction of Tennessee Promise. A big part of that being the communication campaign But one thing I'm going to highlight, and then I'm actually let Paige speak a little bit more to it, has been this recent pilot around direct admissions, you know, really helping simplify the information barriers that students face. I'll let her talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so in short, the direct admissions pilot will be an experiment where a student will get a letter that says, these colleges want you. They don't have to apply, there's no application fee. All they have to do is it will come with a QR code. They'll scan it and say, yep, I'm in. And we are super excited about what this will mean for students and the fact that we are taking the first proactive step. The student doesn't have to go out searching. They don't have to understand what might be a good fit. They don't have to understand where they would qualify for admission. We are going to take the information that we have in our system already, and we are going to do the outreach to start that process. And so what that does is, again, for these first-generation students whose parents maybe have never gone through this process, for the students in communities that are under-resourced or traditionally have not had a lot of access to higher education, this is showing up in the mailbox and taking that first step, and all the student has to do is respond. And so we are really excited to see what the results of that look like. It's proven very successful in other states that have undertaken similar things. And then to be, again, brief, but I will add, the other element that we are excited to be piloting in the state of Tennessee is a financial aid offer alongside that letter. So not only these institutions want you, but also here is a dollar figure of how much you will qualify for in state financial aid through Tennessee Promise, through the Hope Scholarship, to help support that journey. And so not only are we answering the sort of logistical and paperwork question for students on the front end, we're also telling them a little bit about how to solve the financial problem. And so we're really hopeful that that will propel the college going rate in really drastic ways.
How large is that pilot program?
So we have randomized across every high school in the state of Tennessee, and so approximately 40,000 students will get a letter offering direct admissions.
And then is there data from other states on, to Mr. Jensen's point, on the persistence then of the students who are receiving those in following through and graduating?
Great question. My team and I were actually just discussing this morning. I'm not aware of any off the top of my head. For the most part, I think what we see is that initial bump in the enrollment, and then we would expect a directly admitted student and a traditionally admitted student to have the same chances of success. But it is something that we are interested in learning about more from other states, and then again, continuing that research to answer those questions as well in Tennessee.
Because I wonder if it could be helpful to have some persistence coaching or something that's coupled with the funding with the direct admission if we know this is a population that historically has been less likely to matriculate.
Right, and I think that's where a lot of the other strategies Amanda mentioned in the master plan come into play to ensure our institutions are ready and able to accept these students, to support them, to get them through across the finish line. It's not just about getting them in the door initially. We also have to get them across the stage with a credential.
Okay, thank you.
I had a couple of questions. As we look at the college growing rate, that's for all colleges and included TCATs and two-year. Have you looked at it specifically, college and universities versus community colleges, two-year colleges, and TCATs, and how has that changed over time? I would assume that with the emphasis on TCATs across Tennessee, there was probably a more significant increase in that area, but do you have that data?
Yes, I do. I did pull it up. It is in the report. About 75% of the students who enroll stay in-state at a public institution. Within that, we have seen increases in the TCATs over time. About just short of 10% of the students who enroll, again, at an in-state public institution are going to a TCAT, and that is up from 6.5% 5 years ago. So that's really where we're seeing a lot of growth, and then in the UT sector as well.
I think that's interesting to note. Also, when you look at your gender gaps of college going, what about completion? Is it still that wide of a gap in completion, or does that narrow, or what?
There is a gap. I'm not sure off the top of my head how wide, but we can figure that out.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Dr. Gentile.
So follow up on a couple of items here. To the point about direct admissions successful in other states and that persistence, part of what I find intriguing about this project is that Tennessee Promise did see a big jump in college going, and students knew that they can get tuition-free education at a community college or a TCAT. Something that we're hoping to see with direct admission is perhaps addressing what they call in the field undermatching, where students don't know that they could have gone to perhaps a university that's more suited for what they need to do, and they go to a different school and it doesn't work out for them and they drop out. So there's a chance that this direct admission work, and we have about 20 universities who are signed on for this, and all the TCATs and all the community colleges that can better place students in a program that's right for them as well. Second, about that decline in college going that we saw, there's an Appendix B, I believe, part of the college going rate, where we worked with Dr. Celeste Carruthers, a researcher, an economic education researcher out of UT Knoxville, that gets to the why behind that decline. And a lot of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, was because of the tight labor market at that time. They were able to actually make some linkages in Tennessee, but also the country. A big contributing factor to that declining college going rate was just that students can go straight from high school and earn a decent living. As that economy, as it inevitably will, goes the opposite direction, that might lead to a higher college going rate. Again, we're not hoping for that being the cause, but it's a possibility.
Vice Chair Cobbins.
Just curious, and it may not, but I'm just wondering, so with the sort of the rollback of DEI initiatives, does that complicate your ability to glean from data these disparities around race, ethnicity, gender that you have here, and matriculation and those other factors?
We collect this information around race, ethnicity for students and plan to continue to report on those outcomes in both this college going rate report, but also our fact book is probably the other place where we would see most of those first-time freshmen persistence and completion rates.
So universities still have the ability to
We will,
track data, garner all that,
and we will
report it
continue to
out
collect
accordingly.
that. That's
Okay,
right.
thank you.
And I'll just add to that, actually, news out of the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, is that institutions are going to be required to track data disaggregated by race and gender and submit it to the Fed. So we'll still continue on it. It does, of course, alter our recommendations on how to address it. And instead, talk about more like direct admission. Every student is getting a direct admission letter. That's for all students. Identifying those strategies, certainly to help with the economically disadvantaged students so that they know what they're getting.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Eby, I have an
yes.
answer to your earlier question.
Okay.
The graduation rate for female students in the 2018 cohort at 6 years out was 53%, and for male students was 46.2%, so about a 6.8 percentage point gap. So narrower, but certainly still persistent gaps.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting data.
Thanks for
Mr.
having
Chairman,
us.
if I can, just one more thing I want to add to this, and this is going to be a callback to the SCORE presentation about a general success measure. It would be great if we can track how many students are getting apprenticeships. The data is lacking there right now. It would be great if we could track the amount of students going into the military. We don't have access to that. A new feature to this one, because they're not technically college going, they're college went, as what I said in my findings. There are about 100 students who got a college credential via dual enrollment who did not then go on for further education. It doesn't really affect the overall rate that much, but we're going to be keeping track of that number as the years go by.
Good. Great. Very good data. Thank you. Next item, new charter school responsibilities for the State Board of Education. Ms. Allie Reed.
Good afternoon. Allie Reed, Director of Engagement and Accountability for the Board, speaking with you today about some recent legislative changes that have informed several of the items that you'll see before you tomorrow regarding charter schools. Before jumping into all of those details, I want to remind us about some important definitions so we're all speaking the same language here. Charter schools, when we're talking about charter schools, we're talking about public schools in Tennessee. They are operating under the terms of a charter agreement that is also in accordance with several of the requirements that our traditional public schools follow, as well as state and federal law. A charter school authorizer, when we say authorizer, we're referring to a local board of education, the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission, or remaining still the Achievement School District that makes decisions about approval of a charter school, renewal, revocation, and does some ongoing oversight and has responsibilities there. The Achievement School District, just to note, has currently 2 schools remaining in their portfolio, and they will be sunsetting in the 26-27 school year. A charter school sponsor, this is a proposed governing body that's filing an application to open a charter school to an authorizer. And then that governing body, when we say that phrase, we're referring to the organized group who operates the public charter school. And they're responsible for key decisions such as budgeting, curriculum, and operations of the school. To get a little bit more specific about charter schools and some of the key differences and similarities from our traditional public schools is that governing body is making some of those decisions that your traditional local board of education would make for their direct run or their traditional public schools. Charter schools, however, are still required to teach the same state standards, to hire licensed educators, to meet the state's minimum instructional days, administer the same state assessments as our traditional public schools. And they are also held to the same state accountability measures, as well as federal. And what's different here is that charter schools then have an additional set of accountability measures that are written into their charter agreement. So they actually have additional accountability metrics than our traditional public schools. And we'll talk more about that in a few moments. So why the need for the change? This last legislative session, Public Chapter 275 was signed into law, and this did kind of 3 key points that we'll get into more detail next. The first is to establish a replication application and authorize the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission to promulgate rules regarding replication process. It also allows in certain circumstances a charter school to apply directly to the Charter Commission to open a new school. And it makes various changes to the charter school responsibilities among state agencies, which is a lot of what's reflected in the proposed changes on first reading tomorrow. So to get into some more detail about each of these, charter school replication, first and foremost. When we say replication, I'm referring to specifically the creation of one or more charter schools that utilize the same academic focus of an existing charter school operated by a sponsor or governing body. So for example, an academic focus could be something like a college preparatory program or Montessori. And so this is a governing body that's currently operating a charter school in Tennessee that's looking to replicate that same academic model. It doesn't have to be in the same community. It doesn't have to be the same grades, but it is the same academic model. And so what's changing here is that we now are in law allowing a governing body to apply after 1 year at a minimum to replicate a current school, and that is to replicate it directly with their existing authorizer or to request to replicate directly with the Charter Commission. It also now requires the state board to develop the replication application, and we'll talk more about that in a few moments, and gives that rulemaking authority to the commission to define their process for replicating or reviewing those replication applications. The second key point that I highlighted initially is this. There are now establishment of direct pathways to the Charter Commission. So the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission was established in 2019, and then really got going in 2020. And you might remember that the State Board had several of those responsibilities, such as hearing charter school appeals and overseeing or authorizing some charter schools that moved over to the Charter Commission. There was not a direct pathway except for going through an appeal process. And so now this legislation has created 3 different options for applying directly to the Charter Commission. The first one that you see on the screen has a lot of text, so I apologize in advance for that. But it is pretty meaty, and there's a lot of important key points in here, so I didn't want to try to summarize it. But essentially, what you're seeing here is that beginning this summer, effective immediately, it is not retroactive, but moving forward, if the Charter Commission has overturned a local Board of Education's decision to deny an application on 3 separate occasions within a 3-year consecutive period of time, then the next 5 years, immediately following that date of that 3rd overturned decision, that any sponsor seeking to establish a charter school in that LEA may choose to apply directly to that LEA or apply directly to the commission. If that is not triggered again over the course of those 5 years, then it's only for those 5 years, and then it goes back to only applying directly to the LEA. But that is really some important details in there and a new direct pathway that gets triggered in this kind of 3 overturned decisions over a 3-year period of time. The second direct pathway to the Charter Commission is if you're a public institution of higher education that you're seeking to open a charter school, you can apply directly to that local board in which you intend to operate in the geographic location, or directly to the Charter Commission. And then a governing body seeking to replicate, as we were just talking about, an existing school, you have the option to apply directly to your authorizer, if that is that local Board of Education in which you operate, your existing school, or directly to the Charter Commission. That's a lot of information. Let me pause here. Any questions on that? I guess I did a good job. Okay. The third piece to highlight is this change in state agency responsibilities. And so if we think about first why is this happening? Why are there changes to responsibilities for across our 3 state agencies? And I'm referring to the Department of Education, the State Board, and the Charter Commission. We think about what's changed over the last several years. And I think the first and foremost, the addition of the authorizer evaluations is a big driving factor for this. The State Board is now responsible, and has been for the last several years, in evaluating authorizers. And there are several state documents that authorizers are required to use, which we in turn are assessing to what extent you're implementing and with quality, and is it effective you're implementing these required documents. And so I think that the key point here and the reason for why these shifts is really thinking about streamlining that process. It just makes the most sense. If we are evaluating on the back end how effective you are in using those required documents, then we should be the ones also responsible for, on the front end, developing and monitoring those documents as well. So on the screen, you see quite a list of different documents that have shifted now from the Department of Education to the State Board in terms of ownership. As this law passed and became effective July 1, we've been doing a lot of work to update the State Board's website, which you see a nice screenshot here of, to reflect these changes, to rebrand and move these documents over from the Department of Education to the State Board. And I'm happy to share that the majority of these documents were live on our website on July 1st. There are a few key foundational documents, however, that will be updated in the coming months, or will be available on the website in the coming months, that are still going through a larger redesign. Most of these documents were simply rebranded, updated, and added to our website. But the charter application and the performance frameworks, which I'll talk more about in a moment, was already in the process of going through a larger update and redesign. And so we are still working through that, and we'll see later this month as well as in next month where those documents are then added. Did you have a question?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mullenhour.
I'll start with just saying, I know you wear many hats, and this is a big one that you wear, and you've done an incredible job of navigating this, updating it, feeding into the decision-making dialogue, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you're probably the best suited to opine on this. What do you think the effect of this is going to be? Are we going to have more charter applications? Are they going to be more quickly processed and returned? Are there going to be some other implications that I haven't referenced?
I think 2 things come to mind first for me. One is just, if I think about where we've been in the process of our authorizer evaluations, we've really seen tremendous improvement across all of our districts who are authorizing charter schools. We started in a place where not everyone was speaking the same language, and after 2 years, we all were basically on the same page, talking about the same things, having the same foundational documents in place, and now we're really leaning more into quality. And I think that that quality oversight is really important, as well as authorizers are making decisions on these applications, and so that can lead to higher quality options for students. So that's first and foremost. I think when it comes to the application and us having ownership of the application now, there is a real opportunity to have maybe more applications, but I would say stronger applications as well. I think that's more of the goal, is having stronger applications on the front end than it is having more. And so I think that a lot of the streamlining that we've been working on in the charter application itself is really going to lead to that.
Thank you again for all the work you're doing on this. I know that it has been a big lift, and there's been a tremendous amount of change, and you've navigated it just so adeptly, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. So I mentioned the charter school application redesign that we've been working on, and I want to say especially a thank you to the Department of Education and that team who had, prior to this law changing, had made some real efforts and taken strides in using some grant dollars that was for technical assistance to prioritize these updates. And so we were really appreciative of being part of that work and then taking it over, but having the dollars to bring in some outside partners in actually making these updates to these documents. This slide shows you a reminder of what the charter application cycle entails. It's a lengthy one. It actually begins December 3rd each year with the letter of intent, and it follows all the way through an initial application round, potentially an amended application round, then potentially beyond that an appeal, and that can end in October of the following year. So it is a long process for actually reviewing and approving charter applications. And where we are landing now, the state board's ownership in this process is with the letter of intent, designing, or rather being responsible for developing that document, as well as the application materials and the scoring rubric, all of which are critical and required documents for not only applicants, but also for authorizers. And again, to your point, Mr. Mullen, how we're really streamlining our process and ensuring that there's high quality throughout the entire process. The application redesign, as I've been mentioning, really started last year. I could say it's been longer than that, but we've really been working on it very intentionally since 2024 with the goals of streamlining the application materials themselves, eliminating unnecessary administrative burdens. I'll tell you that document just kept getting added on, more and more questions and pages and attachments, and it was becoming very cumbersome. As well as building in some additional supports to increase quality. We had a scoring rubric that could be interpreted very differently from one person to another, had a lot of opportunity for subjectivity, and some of the work that we've been doing in that document alone, I think, is really critical in having the same conversation at the local level as well as the state level upon appeal. And what does this actually mean? This criteria here, or this question, what are we looking for in the answer? And what does that mean so they're all speaking the same language? As many people who are reviewing applications do not have direct charter experience. And so getting everyone on the same page, we've really been intentional about those updates in the scoring rubric, as well as in the application itself, really thinking about at this moment in time, knowing you have probably a year of going through the process, and then you have another year before you actually open the school. What do you need right now at this point in the process for us to really determine, are you ready to move forward to the next step? And thinking critically about the questions that we're asking, are we getting at that critical information? So I'm happy to say that we are almost ready to release the updated application that will be available on our website later this month, and have been planning trainings not only for interested applicants, but also for authorizers, and thinking about adjustments for them to just continue to be having a high quality application review process. The other critical foundational document that the State Board is now responsible for is the performance framework. And you may remember we've had lots of conversations about this document, particularly most recently when we were thinking about opportunity public charter schools and how a authorizer can hold those schools accountable. And so on the slide here, you see this graphic depicting the cycle of effective authorizing. And our authorizer evaluations hit on all of these areas. And really this is meant to kind of show an idea of what does authorizing entail, and that it is a cycle. It is something where not only at the authorization process where that work really begins, but moving into contracting and the authorizer's responsibility of oversight and monitoring and issuing corrective action if needed, to getting to the point of renewal in which essentially the cycle starts over again and it continues round and round. And so the performance framework is a central document to this work in thinking about how is the school performing? Do we need, that's that oversight piece, do we need to implement corrective action? And using the outcomes, what's on that performance framework, the annual evaluation, to determine whether we are interested in renewing that school. Is it actually meeting the expectations that we both authorizer and charter school agreed to at the authorization point? So the model performance framework is a state level document. It's existed for several years. It has not been updated since 2018. And so I'm excited to be working on that as well. And the framework is that annual tool that authorizers use. I mentioned they have this additional accountability for charter schools, federal accountability, state, and then the authorizer has an annual tool, the performance framework, that they're holding them accountable to as well. It is attached to the charter agreement. It's an exhibit to the agreement, so we're all on the same page at the start of what the expectations are, and it measures academic performance, financial, and organizational. It's called a model, though, the state version, because it is not required for authorizers to use. It is required for the state to have a model version. So that is the document that we are taking ownership of. And the requirement there is that every authorizer has a performance framework in place, and they can use the model or they can develop their own. But the requirement is that they do have a performance framework. And so the additional piece here, we're updating the model performance framework, but there's a second performance framework now that with that opportunity public charter school law that changed last year also required the development of a performance framework for opportunity public charter schools. And so we're working on that document as well and plan to have both of those released by next month, and have been working really closely with several stakeholders, including some of our members here, on updating these documents and getting them to a place where we feel ready to push them out to our authorizers, to the public for ongoing use. So to wrap us up, in terms of what you'll see before you tomorrow, there are several proposed rule and policy changes that reflect these changes in law that is addressed in the charter school rules that the bullet points are listed on the screen, as well as state board policies. Most of the changes that you see here are, again, those that reflect what was changed through public chapter. But there are also some additional opportunities, particularly in the rules. And when we think about the charter school application and the changes we're making to the materials themselves, that allow us some additional streamlining opportunities here. And so that is what you'll see in the proposed changes before you tomorrow. So I went pretty quickly through that, but I know we have more on the agenda. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Questions for Ms. Reed?
I have a question.
Mr. Jensen.
Just so I make sure I understand, it's a 2-year process estimated to get through, right? So you put the application in and it's a couple of years till that is,
Really one year.
okay. And
Up
then
to.
let's say they go to the LEA, they're turned down. Then they go back again the next year and they're turned down, they go back here. Did I understand that correctly? That they could be 4 years before they can get an authorization?
I think what you're asking about is that option to apply directly to the commission. You're thinking about that. Great clarifying point. It is not about, per applicant, it's overall. So if, for example, let's say Memphis Shelby has 5 charter school applications that they're reviewing, and in that same year, they deny 3, and it goes to the Charter Commission on appeal, and the Charter Commission overturns those 3, that's the 3. It doesn't have to be the same one over 3 times. It's 3 in total per year, or over a period of time.
And let's say they get turned down, who owns that charter school? Because at one point, it was going to go to the state board or somebody other than, where does it go at that eventuality? Who owns it?
Upon appeal?
Yep.
Yep, so if a charter school decision is overturned by the appellate body, previously the state board, now the charter commission, there is a 30-day reconciliation period in which the authorizer, or rather the local board, can choose to authorize that charter school. So the charter commission would return to the local board and say, we've made a decision to overturn your decision. You have the option over 30 days to think about whether or not you want to actually authorize this school. If you don't, we will become the authorizer.
And then who do they report to?
So then they would report to the charter commission if they were the authorizer.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Holt?
And I'm not sure, Ms. Jensen, if I understood your question properly, but just want to make sure that if I did or didn't. If the issue is if I want to start a charter school and I apply and I'm denied by the local board, and then I want to apply again under the process and then appeal, that takes place over the span of months, not multiple years.
Yeah.
Right? So
Correct.
yeah, so the second application to the local board is like within a month or so?
60 days, 90 days to review, and then 30 days after that.
And then the appeal to the commission, if denied again, is within a few months after that.
Yep, so they have 10 days to appeal after they're denied that second time. And then there's a 75-day period in which the commission has to review it.
So all of that is taking place over the span of like a year and a half instead of multiple years. So, and
So it's a lot of timelines.
just a quick comment that I was going to make, Ross, which is just to echo the comment earlier about all of Ally's great work in this area with the additional responsibilities that the state board has taken on. So thank you, Ally, for all of your work.
Thank you.
Dr. Morrison?
Now I'm going to sound like a broken record. But I'm just sitting here thinking, how many hours does Ally have in her day? Because if you think about, she is leading our charter. This is a big lift, y'all. This is a big lift. And it's a good lift. I'm grateful that we have this responsibility in partnership with the department. And I think now that we're in this evaluative role with authorizers, it kind of puts the big picture in mind for all of us. So like, I think she does have a unique perspective on how the application, the performance framework, you know, all these things can come together, but she is one person. So I'm so grateful to our partners at the Department of Education and other stakeholders, board members who've taken time, because it is a big lift. I mean, she's also leading our strategic planning work, accountability hearings, I could go on, engagement. So just, Ally, thank you. And then I had a question too. Do we know or have data on how many applications are replications? Because I do think that's an interesting wrinkle that doesn't depend on previous decisions by an authorizer, local authorizer, that if you are an applicant who is replicating, you can go directly to the commission. To your question earlier, Mr. Mullenhour, about how this might change the flow of school applications, that's one that I'm wondering about in terms of numbers.
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, replicating is not a new idea. It's not a new option for charter schools, but the pathway options is new. I do not have that, but I will find out.
Dr. Morrison, you left out days in the district that she oversees as well.
Under engagement, yes, that specifically TSBA meeting. I mean, I could go on. She has a lot of important things on her plate for which we are very grateful for her excellent work.
And you take complicated situations and make them clear that us non-educators can understand much better. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Welcome, Mr. Wells. Glad to see you. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Next on the agenda are State Board of Education member reports. I think everyone knows I have a report I'll talk about later, but let's see if other people have something they want to talk about first. Vice Chair Cobbins.
Yes, sir. I had the pleasure back in June of joining Ms. Erica Light and Mr. Derline for the Educator Preparation Advisory Council meeting, where we discussed recent changes in state law and their potential implication on the educator preparation report card, and brainstormed about ideas around the metrics and how they might be adjusted, and that overall framework. So it was a great discussion, a lot of great feedback, and thank you all for your hard work on that and allowing me to join you.
Other comments? Well, if none, then I will bring up my subject. I think everyone knows that at the last board meeting in May, I brought up an issue that I wanted to talk about having to do with graduation requirements and associated with the World Language 2 credits. Since then, I've done a lot of research. I got a lot more data that I would like to put forward. Michael Dearline has done an excellent job of helping me convene a stakeholders group to get input from. And so I'd like to present some of that. First one I want to talk about is I want people to understand my purpose is about choice. I've gotten many emails that I want to yank foreign language out of the schools. That is not the choice. What I want to do is, again, have each student be able to prepare themselves for post-secondary success. How they can in a workplace environment that continues to change. And today, we heard a couple of conversations today from SCORE and from higher ed talking about how do we best prepare our students for the workplace. That's our mission. And so this is kind of what brought me to where I am. I heard about, what's the most effective and efficient way to do that? And I think these are questions that we as board members need to ask ourselves. Think about how the workplace has changed over the last 10 years, the workplace environment. And as we look at P20, how can we provide the best opportunities for our students to thrive in their adult lives? I want to make it clear, I'm not suggesting that we change our credit requirements from 22. Some people seem to think that I wanted to reduce the credits to graduate. That is not the case. We'll keep 22 credits. And as I said, we've heard from a lot of stakeholders recently about the value of the critical skills thinking that you get from world language. I agree with that. But you can also, I think, get that from other courses that I want to talk about. So from the stakeholder meeting that we held, we had several people talk, and I want to highlight some of the points that were brought up. Education Commission State's executive that was on that call, he provided some data. 26 states in the United States do not have a world language requirement for graduation, 26 of the 50. Of the remaining 24, 17 have stated options, such as CTE, fine arts, dual enrollment. So of these 46 states, of those 46 states, are they being impacted in their ability to get into colleges and universities of their choice? Originally, I thought Tennessee might be a leader in this, if we did this, but we're not a leader. I think we're a follower at this point in time. Furthermore, I found an article that was recently written May of 2025 by Excel and Ed. You may recall Excel and Ed is Jeb Bush's organization. It says that it rated the top 7 states for best preparing their students for the workforce in general, not just right out of high school, but overall workforce in general. It's interesting. Those 7 states are Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Indiana, Iowa, Pennsylvania, and Colorado. Of those 7 states, 4 have no world language requirement for high school graduation. The other 3 have an option of CTE or fine arts for graduation. Thought that was interesting. Furthermore, questions are raised. A student doesn't know, about college and university. So how can we stop them? We want them to be able to go to a college or university of their choice. I totally agree with that. So I started looking at college admission requirements. Yale, I just looked at some top college admissions because I figured they were probably more restrictive. Yale University has 0 requirements for world language and doesn't even strongly encourage you to have that before you go in. Rensselaer Polytech, probably one of the leading engineering schools in the country, no requirements for world language for admission. Harvard University, no requirements for world language for admission, although they do strongly encourage 4 credits of that. And then I looked within our own state, University of Tennessee. We had a person from UT on the call, Vice Chancellor, I think, of Academic Affairs. It is not a requirement for world language for admission in the University of Tennessee. Now, they have a scoring criteria where they score for various things like scholarships, et cetera. And in that, world language gets 2 points. Math gets 4 points. English gets 4 points. Science gets 3 points. History gets 3 points. And world language gets 2 points. That's just one criteria. The primary criteria, I think, are ACT scores and those scores. But they also look at extracurricular activities. Those are the things that are more important to the universities in college admissions. Looking at UT, they have, in Knoxville, they have 12 colleges. College of Business, College of Nursing, College of Engineering, College of Veterinary Medicine. Of those 12 colleges, only 4 require world language to graduate from their college. I also found out what was interesting about Yale University. Fred Smith, who just passed away, who led a worldwide organization, FedEx, went to Yale University. Now, I don't know if he had world language or not, but he did go to Yale, which doesn't require that. Tennessee does have a waiver process. We're very familiar with that. Well, no, I'm not sure that we are very familiar with it, looking at it. Our rule says you can be waived from world language requirements under certain circumstances, but we don't define what those certain circumstances are. So we leave it up a lot to the districts. So I went and looked at the various district requirements to be waived. It's all over the map. One district that I looked at has you can take all these potential courses, which is great. Another district says your parent has to sign this. If they sign this, you must recognize that your child will not be admitted into a 4-year college or university. Others say you got to recognize that their likelihood that they're going to get admitted to a college or university is very low. I was talking to a superintendent, just went to the East Core Superintendent Study Council on Tuesday. And I was talking to the superintendent there, and because of what we did, he said, I went back and I looked at mine. He says, it's confusing at best. So what can we do there? I mean, we have to put them through a waiver process if they're going to get it, and the waiver process is different across the state. I talked to the attorney for the Tennessee School Board Association, Ben Torres, was on our call. He made a very good point. He said, in effect, we already have what I'm proposing. He said, with the waiver process, people can, get waived out of the foreign language requirements. But he said what his point was, it was kind of misinterpreted, but later I talked to him and he said specifically, and I think he did submit this in writing, his point is, why not just go ahead and codify it? Codify that you don't have to have a waiver, that you don't have to have these requirements. In emails I've received a lot of them, and most of them are from world language teachers or from students, and I think we're going to hear from some students tomorrow. I've been called ethnocentric. I want people to understand 4 of my 5 grandchildren are 50% Mexican. They're being raised bilingual, and I firmly support that. I think that's great. But is that right for everybody? Shouldn't a budding songwriter have the opportunity to have that time to take a music theory course? Or shouldn't a engineering student be able to take more STEM classes, or a CTE class, or robotics class? We heard about that too in our discussions today. How can we best prepare our students for the future? I talked with a senior official of the Department of Energy who had been graduated from the Defense Language Institute, and asked him about this, the importance of that. He suggested, instead of world language, we ought to be teaching AI, something that Mr. Jensen just brought up. Teach people how to use the AI to get the information and how to program, coding, those kind of information. So I look at this, my daughter, she took 3 years of French in middle school and 4 years in high school. It was great. She enjoyed that, and that was good for her. My proposal, the one thing we heard about is the cultural benefits. My proposal says you wouldn't have to take 2 years of language in the same language, but you could have a year of French and a year of Spanish or a year of Russian or whatever is being offered to take. So they have the opportunity, again, to do what's best for them. Now, one of the criteria that I heard about is, well, if we made it optional, that a lot of the rural schools would probably just disband and not offer world language to their students, which I think would be a mistake. I've heard some superintendents say we would require. If it's being offered, it ought to be required. One of the challenges that I heard from the superintendents at the meeting on Tuesday, one rural county said they tried 6 months. They tried 6 months to hire a world language teacher, have not been able to do that. So what they ended up doing is they went to another county and they hired that teacher to teach it, not only virtually, but asynchronously. Think about taking a world language course asynchronously, where I'm a student and I look at my future if I'm going to use a world language in my class, or I'm not going to use it, and I could be taking something else, but I've got to take this course asynchronously. I've got to schedule my own time to watch a video and learn about it and basically teach myself through that. And I could have that course doing something different. Is that the best thing for the students? So as I go through this process, I ask myself, our mission is to prepare students for post-secondary success. What can we do? What can we do? How can we do that to give them the best options that we can? And to me, it's pretty compelling. But I go back to my acronym of LEARN. Listen, engage, act, respect, and navigate. And I'm sure other board members have differing opinions than what I have, and I certainly want to listen to it, and I look forward to a healthy discussion, and I will respect whatever actions. But at this point in time, we're not taking any actions. We're getting discussions so that we can continue to get more information to decide if any actions are needed or not. So I'll open it up to other people at this point in time. Yes, Ms. Johnson.
No, I'm on, okay. I'm Marsha Johnson. First, I want to commend Chairman Eby for bringing this in front of everybody. When I initially, at the May meeting, heard it, I was like, no. And I did listen to the video of the group of individuals that met to discuss this. If anyone has not watched it, they need to, because it totally gives you a wide perspective, gives you all different forms of information as to where everybody is coming from. What I got out of it that he did not bring up is that, yes, we need 22 credits for students to graduate. Most schools, you could have as many as 28 to 32 if you took full courses all through the high school. The other thing that was brought out that I kind of gleaned into because of my past, students that take a foreign language such as Spanish in the middle school, those, if they can pass the exit exam for high school, like Spanish 1, that credit can be earned in a middle school. At least it could at Fort Campbell, which is where I taught. One of the courses that was considered higher level thinking was Spanish as well as Algebra 1. I taught a program called AVID, and those were two of the choices that the students had to take in order for them to be considered higher level. Then it was through modification and the AVID program where those children are encouraged and tutored and made to be successful in that area. I heard a lot about the waiver And my thought is that rather than taking the requirement away, since it is considered a higher level, doing a foreign language, to modify the waiver so that it was consistent across the state, and so that the language of you will not go to college or the language is more uniform, so that it did give an option along with the parental consent that a student could opt out of a foreign language. So that's all I'm saying.
I have one question to ask you, and maybe our experts can ask this. You talk about the 28 to 32 credits. They did mention that. My understanding, talking to superintendents on that, that's if you're in a block scheduling. But if you're on a traditional scheduling, that's not the case. Those number of hours credits aren't available. So maybe somebody can get that data, so.
I don't know how many if it's not block.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools that aren't on a block schedule, so.
So, okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
See, some common high school schedules that may not be blocked are 6 to 7 periods a day. So obviously times 4 years, so it may be a little bit less than that for those schools that offer, if it's 6 credits you can earn in a year, depends on half credits, that kind of thing. So I think it's probably slightly less than that amount than block schedule, but again, it would depend how that's set up. It's 6 periods, 7 periods, half credits, what they do on those things.
Ms. Maxwell, did you have a point?
I do. Thank you, Chairman Eby. I think it was great that you brought this before us to talk about, because I think that's how that we can affect positive change for our students. So interestingly, so no one doesn't misinterpret this, I still think that the requirement should be there. When I read our rule, talking about the waiver, it says the credit requirement for fine arts or world language may be waived by the director of schools for students under certain circumstances to expand and enhance the elective focus. So I feel like that is there for our students who do need to have 2 other classes, 2 other electives. I did take away from the listening session, my suggestion is that definitely the waiver form needs to be across the board the same. Very simple language. Obviously, taking away the language, you will not go to college. I talked with the new director of admissions at a university yesterday morning, and we talked about this, and it's not a requirement. I do feel that it offers things that our students need. I could go on for hours about Miss Phillips, my French teacher, the world that she opened up for me. But I want to look at it through the eyes of a director for just a second, because I was there, and yes, I've said I can't find a French teacher or Spanish teacher. So last night, I sat down and I got to thinking, okay, we did, with our differentiated pay plan, which we are codified in law to do, each district, on the website, the TDOE website, there are 145 differentiated pay plans listed. So I went through all of those, just curious, just to see, okay, I know personally, yes, I had a problem finding a foreign language, world language teacher. 25 of the 145 school districts reporting specifically said world language was definitely a hard-to-staff area. And then they have, some ranged from $1,000 incentive up to, there were, different prices, amounts, $6,000, $7,000 incentives for signing on, which gave me pause and thought, you know what, when I was director, I didn't offer a high enough incentive. Hindsight's always 20/20. But then I got to thinking, okay, so yes, it's a hard-to-staff area, but if you look at the 23-24 vacancy data collected, that was presented at our last November meeting, world language, the vacancy data for world language was 3.29% across the state. So that gave me pause to say, okay, yes, it's hard to staff, but it's not impossible. So then I got to thinking, and I went back through all 145 differentiated pay documents, and I looked at math, ELA, science, and SPED. Well, math in particular, because literacy is my first love, but I do love math. And 67 of the districts listed that math was a hard-to-staff area, which is 46% of the 145. So, I'll just blame myself here. As a director, if I said, yes, it's hard to staff, that's why I need to change this requirement. I'm talking just for myself, but that's not valid based upon the numbers that I've looked at. And like I said, the effort, I sat there last night and I thought, I didn't offer enough incentive. Then today, the presentations have been amazing. Thank you, Chairman Eby and staff for arranging these, because I think we have tools in place to help propel maybe the train of thought a little bit more with the differentiated pay plan, but also the waiver, simplifying it. I do think it does need to be simplified, absolutely. Also, I think what I thank you for with this conversation, I think this gives us a great opportunity to focus on the advising that our students are receiving, beginning end of 8th grade, going into high school, and continuing. Providing support for the counselors, ensuring that they're aware of all of the things that are codified in law, the rules, but also strengthening that bond where like all the things that they're doing to increase college enrollment. I think this gives us a lot more food for thought, not just world language, but how can we improve what we're doing for our students in a much broader perspective. So at this moment, that's where I'm at on this, Chairman Eby. Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Gentile.
Chairman Eby, I thank you for engaging with all the stakeholders in higher education as well in these conversations. I have a love-hate relationship with foreign language requirements. The love, 23 years ago this week, I met my wife in Spanish class at my undergraduate education. It worked out well for me. The hate, though, came because I struggled so mightily in foreign language, and I knew I was never going to be fluent in that language I was learning. Earlier, we had a conversation about needing to be better in higher education about saying why we have these courses, how these connect. And I think it's a fallacy, actually, for me when I was in high school to think that I was taking foreign language to become fluent in a language. What I actually learned was English grammar much better. I learned cultural, critical thinking, etc. I'd say no matter, from my perspective, where this conversation goes and where the decision ultimately lands, I think it would still be very important, much like we do with music and band and other arts, to be very vigilant in expressing why foreign language, whether it might be optional to you, but what you'll get from that, how this can connect and better your life, much like it has your grandchildren as well. We've heard from colleges that you've referenced admission standards, at least in Tennessee, would likely change to reflect where this body goes with it. I would just hope that in counseling students, should this body go this direction, that we just are vigorous and rigorous in making sure that students know why they might benefit from these courses going forward, and be able to weigh that against taking another CTE course as well. For now, that's my thought on that matter.
Thank you, appreciate that. And I do believe that you get benefit from the critical skills of that, but also believe that music is a universal language, and computer coding is a language, and is other things too. But yeah, very good points. Mr. James. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mullenhour.
Defer to you. No, I defer to you.
Let me just start by saying you articulated it absolutely beautifully. The concept, the proposal, leaving open that there's debate to be had, leaving open that it's not going to be the same answer for everybody. I know that you've worked hard to get feedback from every angle, and you wove that into your comments as well, so just phenomenal job. I don't quite understand why this particular topic brings out such energy from some people. I think that it's probably illustrative primarily of the fact that choice is so important. So I'd like to just highlight two things that you mentioned. access and choice. And Dr. Maxwell, I think this may also speak to some of what you commented on. You know, it may be possible to hire someone for Spanish in a given district or for French or German or whatever. But if I'm a student or if I have a child and I really want that child to learn German, and you can hire a Spanish teacher, but you can't hire a German teacher or a French or, you know, name any others, you know, I think it would be too easy to collapse the concept of do they have access to a foreign language as opposed to asking the question, well, do they have access to the foreign language that actually matters to them? And that is kind of the flip side of the coin of choice. You know, I have a hard time believing that that some families in Tennessee would be best served by their child being required to take French or German or even Spanish. And yes, there's a waiver program, but you know, as currently written, maybe they're not aware of it. I think that's probably oftentimes the case. They're not even aware that that's an option. Or maybe the superintendent or the principal in that area doesn't want to sign the waiver. And as a result, you know, a family or a child whose, you know, prospects in life are already challenged, who is just trying to figure out how to put food on the table for themselves and their family, I have a hard time believing that the best way that that child can learn to survive in this world and hopefully thrive in this world is to be effectively required to take a foreign language as opposed to learning any number of other skills, to include trade skills in particular, that can help them to earn a living and so forth going forward. So I would highlight two things: access, and I think that there's you know, the feedback that I've gotten from both angles brought this to the forefront, especially in the rural areas. I think that's where this argument can become very compelling. That yes, you may be able to get access to a teacher of a particular foreign language, but that's a very limited that's a very limited option for the families and the students who want alternatives. And again, being the flip side of the choice, if we think about this from the standpoint of what maps to the future, whether it's higher education, which I think you illustrated is it's not a requirement pretty much across the board. But if we think about, you know, getting into a trade school or getting a job at a local manufacturer, et cetera, I think anyone who wishes to impose this on 1 million children in Tennessee because they had a good experience with it or because it was the right thing for their family should really step back from this for a moment and ask the question, you know, how would I feel if the State Board of Education made a rule that my child had to take welding? How would I feel about that? Can you learn from welding? Yes, you can. Can you learn critical thinking from welding? Yes, you can. Can you learn how math works and laws of physics from welding? Absolutely, you can from welding. Does that mean that every child in the state of Tennessee should go out and take welding? I think not. And I think that same exact argument applies to world language. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen?
I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman. What would it look like if it was goodness to you or success? I mean, can you give a picture of what that would look like?
Well, again, I think what I would propose, and I haven't really gotten the words down, but the alternatives would be options that, you know, include 2 credits of world language or 2 credits of CTE or 2 credits of fine arts or something that advances them towards their future of what they're looking at. And if you look, again, the 17 states that have the options, they list, you know, dual enrollment, you know, again, think of our mission. What is our mission? Our mission is to prepare students for post-secondary success. How can we best do that? And we talk about the workforce, meeting the workforce. How can we take each student not in group, but each student meet their goal for post-secondary success. And so it goes back to the counseling that was talked about over here. I think that's critical. That, right now we have a high school and beyond plan. It starts in the 11th grade. We want to move that back to 8th grade. We heard today from, I think it was SCORE, that talked about start moving back career options. Doesn't mean pin them down to that, but help them along their way to counsel them. So I think that these courses that we offer as options should help them meet their career goals down the pathway. I would be willing to work with, our staff, higher ed, to get the integration to get out detailed words. I don't have the specific words that I would put right now, but that's my concept is think about the student, each individual student, students first, not all the other organizations, stuff like that. What's best for that student? And I would try to come up with some goal for that.
I have a comment that I have this recurring nightmare, and had it a long time, of waking up and realize that I needed 2 more semesters of Latin to graduate from college. And it's just like, oh man, it's so nice to wake up and realize that I didn't have to finish that. So as one who has taken a number of languages, I'm fully supportive of the concept of the exposure to it. But there's a difference between exposure and proficiency. And I think that the question I would wrestle with on this is, because in 2 semesters or 1 semester, you're just getting exposure to it. Proficiency comes with years of it and a focus. And I know in some of the elementary schools that the kids are getting Chinese. That's an exposure, and they can say a few words, and I think that's great. But I think an expectation to say that we're going to create kids who are moving toward proficiency in a language, whatever that language might be, is with 2 semesters or 1 or whatever, that I just would question, is that a worthy pursuit? If we want to give them exposure, I think that's great. But I think if we're thinking that's going to give them proficiency in a foreign language, that's a big hill in my view. And I'm supportive of what you're thinking. That would be the challenge to me, is what are you really going to get by requiring 2 semesters or 1 semester or whatever? And I think the maximum probably for, 95% of the kids is going to be an exposure, which is, I'm not saying that's bad. I think that's the maximum they may get out of that. And that may be what you're thinking.
What I find out is that the greatest benefit from the critical skills thinking is for students to begin that in their elementary grades. That's when their brains are most plastic, is what I read, and where they can absorb and it can generate their brains as opposed to high school. So, that's something that thought. Oh, okay.
Sure. Okay.
Mr. Holt.
Well, first I'll say, Mr. Chairman, that I think anyone who is listening to your remarks should not doubt that you are coming to this from a place of goodwill and creativity and being student-centered, of thinking about what is best for students. And that's, I think, all of our North Star, and it's great to ground us in this conversation on that. And then also, I like the fact that, some discussions we've had previously about us being reactive to changes in law versus being proactive about what are ways that we can use our position to find ways to make changes that could improve outcomes for students in Tennessee. With that said, I am personally of the opinion that we should retain the foreign language requirement as it is. And I've given this a good bit of thought and haven't done as much data research, unfortunately, as you or Dr. Maxwell, and found both of those presentations compelling. For me, I think, and just to kind of plug in and try not to restate things that have already been said, but it goes to, what's the intrinsic value of foreign language education and exposure for students that makes it different than other courses for which we don't have requirements. We have certain courses we do require for graduation, others that we don't. And to me, it's of the same type and level of importance that I believe that we should require it and continue to require it because of the worlds that it opens up for students to be exposed, to be aware of the fact that there are other cultures, there are other entire ways of living that are very different from what it looks like in rural or urban or suburban Tennessee. And that goes to this sort of bigger picture to Nathan's very eloquent remarks earlier about, the purpose of our system of education for self-governance and this project that we have, that goes even beyond, I think, the very important goal that we focus on so much of job preparation, but of having well-rounded citizens who are exposed to the world and who have opportunities. One of the points that has been made by folks who've reached out to us, which it sounds like is fairly compelling, is this fear of loss of access if we were to remove the requirement that especially rural districts would have less of an incentive to use the sort of creative compensation mechanisms to bring those teachers in, and that could therefore close off that type of opportunity to students in certain parts of our state. And then just to echo the point about how languages are, they're foundational for other types of understanding English and good grammar in English and critical thinking and things like that. So without kind of reiterating anything else that others have said, I'm also of the opinion that we should improve the waiver process so that we have, one, better data on the number of waivers, how they're being used, but then also clean that up so that it's being used appropriately in circumstances where there truly is hardship and districts aren't able to obtain these teachers despite using the tools that are available to them, as opposed to what it sounds like we have now, which is a little more haphazard of how the waivers are being used.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Vice Chair Cobbins.
Maybe I should not have let you go. Took all my words. No, I applaud our chairman for being forward-thinking and visionary and concerned about the future prospects of our students and making sure that they have options and choices along that journey. As I've received emails and actually had a conversation with a very experienced and lauded superintendent about 2 weeks ago. And one of the things that that superintendent said to me about this particular topic was that, our goal is to prepare our students to be global thinkers, global leaders as the world changes and so rapidly. And to Mr. Holt's point, part of the foreign language, world language immersion experience is so much more than just the language itself. If you're studying the language, then you have to understand the culture. If you're understanding the culture, you have to understand the people. And as we turn on the news at 5:30 today, we'll see so many examples of where that understanding and that value and appreciation is not occurring on a daily basis. And so, again, to Mr. Holt's point about the waiver process, I think we all agree that parents should have choice, students should have choice. And the way that the language is written today, it's not as parent or student-centered as it could be. That power relies with one individual. And so to the extent that we can modify the waiver language so that it leans more towards giving parents and students that power to make the best choice for their students' journey and experience, I'm in support of that. And again, respect all of the opinions and perspectives shared, but definitely think that we're trying to get to the same point. How we get there, I think, is the big question. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cobbins. Mr. Wells.
Thank you. Yeah, as Mr. Holt said, the student always comes first in our minds, and as a parent of now a high school student, I've kind of run my brain through this process a little bit, and hearing the waiver language that parents are supposed to sign, it would scare me to death, and I obviously wouldn't be comfortable signing that. And then I hear your rebuttal about all the schools that do not require it. And I guess one question I would have is, even if it's not required, and I'll do a caveat here. I missed the conversations earlier. Due to employment, I had a hard time getting here this morning. So this may have come up, but you hear more and more about how hard it is to. I've got plenty of friends that went to UT and their kids can't get in. They're like, man, I wouldn't have gotten in. My kid's a better test taker than me. And so I'm thinking, like, if my son doesn't take this, we do the waiver, and he wants to go to UT or something, and they don't require it. If they don't require it, is it still considered in the admissions process? And I wouldn't want a parent to see something that says it's not a requirement, but then it still hurt the student later or something like that. And so in the conversations that I missed, did that come up or what?
Maybe Mr. Gentile can talk, but my understanding is it is not a requirement for admissions. It is a scoring criteria that's evaluated against all the other factors. And they didn't say it was a scoring criteria for admissions or for scholarships or whatever. They just said it was a scoring criteria. Mr. Gentile, do you know?
Chairman Eby, I apologize and profess ignorance on that as well. Dr. Harpel, do you know? No. I can't. I don't do sign language. Sorry, Dr. Harpel.
Put on the spot, Ms.
But
Harpel.
I have a follow-up in general on this in a second. But
Yeah, sign language, that's right, that counts.
And I didn't mean, sorry, just to say, I didn't mean UT in general. I use that as just any of the schools that don't have it as a requirement.
then I can speak more in general,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Well, let me give it my answer, and then I'll hear your answer. Is that what I understand is that schools now use a holistic approach to evaluate the students, and so those that don't list it as a requirement, it is not a requirement. I don't know. But.
So just to clarify, before you get in, because you're going to be the expert, but just make sure we get the right thing said. So even though it's not a requirement, though, like, so is it weighed against like community service or things like that, or is that what you mean?
All right, so I'm gonna go back 12 years and speak to when I worked in admissions. And I worked for a selective institution in North Carolina, so it's not related to an institution here. But it's an institution that accepted about 20% of its students. And very much, most often, its expectations for admissions were beyond what a high school would require or a state board of education would require. And so we greatly relied on good college counseling, and a lot of high schools have that, a lot of high schools do not, to be able to say, look, to graduate from high school, you need these requirements. To go to that school over there, to go to Vanderbilt, et cetera, you'll need to take 4 years of foreign language. I think it was 3 years is what we expected. So that relies on good counseling to be able to understand whose students might want to be doing that in the future. It is holistic admissions, but at the same time, typically, if the courses are available, that institution will expect you to have taken it. If the courses are not available, then there will not be an expectation. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I will say this, is that I think those requirements change. And you said that was 12 years ago. And so I would be more inclined to look and specifically see what the requirements are now. I mean, my data, when I went back and looked at various requirements, like I say, Yale as an example, it does not even strongly recommend that you take a world language. Harvard did strongly recommend 4 credits. So I agree that it should go back to the counselor working with the students. I think that's critical. But I do think requirements are constantly changing based on expectations of the world and where the world is going in the future. Ms. Johnson?
I may be incorrect, but from what I understood in looking at requirements and what is acceptable, I was with the understanding that you're awarded certain points and that the world language would give you a point or 2 points toward your overall entrance score, just as well as your community service and things like that. But that was what I
Yeah,
picked
they
up.
didn't go into how the points were evaluated and how many points you got for community service or ACT scores or whatever. They just said 2
Points.
points for world language, but it's not a requirement.
Right.
Other comments? Okay. Dr. Morrison.
And Chris, did you want to go first? Go ahead. I don't have a whole lot else to add. I really have wanted to listen because, again, I applaud Chairman Eby, and I've told him this, and I've told many of you this. I think regardless of where you net out on this particular issue, I think he's setting a really good example for all of us of how to be proactive when it comes to the policy decisions before us and really trying to center that in the student experience and the changing dynamics and global and domestic workplace. I just think wherever we net out, I applaud you and thank you for bringing this proactively to our attention because we said this to the superintendents that we spoke to yesterday, there should be no sacred cows. We should constantly be reevaluating what is serving our state best, our students best, our families best. We will have differing opinions on most of the issues that come up in those conversations, and I think that's healthy and good. And on this one in particular, I think there are a lot of competing considerations. And, I have not decided fully where I am. Doesn't matter. It's your all's decision. But I am listening because I think the direction for our staff is important to know where the will of this board is on this issue. I've been trying to take notes, and we'll go back to this recording. We can decide additionally after this conversation and tomorrow's conversation, do we need to get more in writing from each of you to determine our next steps? Looking at Michael, we can conclude on that. I did hear a lot of themes, though, around clarifying and more standardizing the waiver option. I think that ties into the advising piece, too, because no matter what, we're going to have some students who can opt in or out of this provision. We already have a waiver requirement, so it's really kind of whether the default is opting in or opting out. Currently, it's opting out. So, making sure that that's really clarified and standardized. Working with high school counselors to understand the nuance involved here, whether or not they take the 2 or the 4, depending on, again, the student's particular pathway is important. Thinking about the high school beyond plan is one way to anchor those conversations. Looking at middle school credits and the option of counting that towards high school. I think there's a number of things that have come up in the course of this conversation and previous conversations that we may want to consider as a board, including changing the requirement to an opt-in instead of opt-out. But trying to take notes. Other conversations I know will come up tomorrow as part of the graduations rule that's on our agenda, though not this specifically, just related generally to graduation. So the only other thing I was going to say that, again, as I was reviewing the material, it is striking to me that you have so many states that don't require world language de facto. And I only say that because I found that as a point of curiosity, because I tend to agree with a lot of what has been shared around the value of world language. I'm curious to learn more from those states that either don't require it or require it as part of an option with CTE and fine arts electives, because I just think it is curious to me that we are one of a very few handful of states that still requires it de facto. So again, I think to Mr. Holt's point, a little bit more research I think would be helpful in terms of understanding the nuance in other state requirements, in our own data sets, if it's possible to get more data on the waivers. And then just thinking about the supply and demand, that's something that comes up too. We heard from the superintendents yesterday, particularly in those rural districts, thinking about the available options for communities that want to continue to offer world languages, whether it's required or not, and how they meet those staffing demands, which I think are real. So that's all for me. Christy.
Ms. Brown.
So I appreciate the discussion and the engagement, and any way that we look at it, it's certainly been a student-centered conversation from our working group to here today. And so I really appreciate that. So whether we're talking about really tailoring these options, individualized options for each individual student. That's our goal, right, through this advising. Or, maybe it's the requirement to inform parents about the waiver. Maybe it's standardized waiver, maybe it's not a graduation requirement. And of course, the department stands ready to support and respect the decisions that are made, of course. And so, I think there's a good way to just this open discussion. And let me start with this. I taught foreign language. That was my endorsement. I taught high school foreign language in a really rural county in Tennessee, in Jackson County. And I did see that open up, understanding and, that knowledge and things. And I'm not sure that any of those students thought I'm going to be proficient in Spanish when I get out of this class. And some loved it, some really did not. But I will say it did bring, an understanding, cultural awareness to myself as I learned it. I came from the county that I taught in. And, I saw, the understanding of English. We know there's research around that and academic, performance in other areas that it may have impacts on. So I think there's benefits there. And I think deciding whether that's a better benefit for each student rather than a more like focused elective area or their program of study they want to go into is, that's hard because it's going to come down to that highly individualized advising, and that's really critical. Having parents and students know what the options are, what the implications may be, and that they can make a really informed decision. So regardless of which way or somewhere in the middle that the board decides to go with this. I appreciate the discussion, respect the outcome here. We'll support, the department will, either way, however it goes. And then, again, just we're going to continue to work on supporting those career coaches and counselors in schools to be sure that they are having those discussions, that parents and students are aware of every option and where those pathways may lead and what may benefit that child the most. So I think we can get there with whatever decision the board makes, and we will support that.
Thank you. Mr. Mullenhour.
Just one last comment as I was sitting here to try to put some numbers on what I was trying to illustrate earlier. My understanding is that one of the last studies that was done indicated that 14% of families in the state of Tennessee live below the poverty line. Another, I think it was 29 or 30% live below what's called the ALICE threshold, which is basically a measure of, can you afford the basic things of life? And that's actually been strained here in the last few years with both regional as well as national inflation and housing costs and so forth. So the combined total is approximately 44-ish% of the families in Tennessee are reportedly struggling to afford basic necessities of life. So take that and set that aside for just a moment. I also think that it's worth noting, and this is not a charge against anybody in this room as much as it is just trying to recognize that we are to a large extent, I think, a self-selected group in that I think everybody here values education, probably had foreign language. I would argue that I think everybody in this entire room has had more opportunity than most of the families that I just referenced a few minutes ago. We've experienced the value of foreign language. But most of us probably have not experienced what it's like to live at, below the poverty line. Some of us may have, and that should inform, I'm sure will inform our thinking, but it would be very easy for us to lose sight of our own biases on this particular point. And I would just encourage anybody who's considering this topic to just step back for a second and just imagine a world in which you can either pay rent or you can feed your kids that day. And you're thinking about your child who's going into a system and you want the best for your child to not have to experience that same thing. Would you encourage them to take a foreign language, or would you encourage them to, for example, pursue, I'll choose the example, a trade? And I know that it's not that simple. I know that there are examples in which taking a foreign language may very well open their eyes and get them onto a path to get out of that that Alice threshold cyclone. But I think we have to recognize the potential bias here, and we have to really think about what's best for that child in their ability to provide for themselves, not just open their eyes to a broader world, but put food on the table and pay the rent and pay the electrical bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mullenhour. Let me just kind of close this out first. I want to thank each one of you for your statements. I heard, I respect. It's given me things to think about. I hope it's given each one of you things to think about as we continue to, I think we all agree that at least the waiver process needs to be improved and changed. But, you know, should it be more or less or whatever? So I would encourage each board member over the next quarter to continue on your own to research, look at the data, you know, and I mean, we will continue to get emails from various and sundry positions, but every one of you, I highly respect your decision-making process. So look at the data, think about what's best for the students, and when we come back together, you know, we'll work with our staff, maybe come up with a proposal or recommendation or whatever, which can be changed or doesn't have to pass. I mean, it may die for lack of a second if we come up with something, who knows? But at least we've had a good discussion today, which I really, truly value and appreciate each one of you. And thank you for taking the time. Just encourage you to continue to look at the data and then put the students first, what you think is best for the students. And we'll make a decision that is best for the students as a group. Thank you. All right. License your discipline. Mr. Madison.
All right, switching gears just a touch. Good afternoon. Senior Associate Counsel Todd Madison, Alex Anderson, Ryan Shanahan, Associate Counsels. We'll be presenting for you the staff's recommendations on license discipline at tomorrow's meeting. We've not received any requests to speak this time around, so we do not anticipate anyone showing up to speak on their own behalf. At this time, we'd like to take any clarifying questions or note items for further discussion tomorrow.
Any questions or comments? Looks like you guys are complete. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thanks.
All right, final discussion, Dr. Morrison.
Oh, I think all my brain cells are tired. But this was a great day, as I knew it would be. It always is. I'm so grateful to our many presenters, from THEC to SCORE to internal team, Department of Ed. Again, it was a really robust series of conversations, which is why my brain is tired. And I'm grateful for all the engagement, particularly in this last conversation. Just appreciate the work that our board members did to come with their opinions, their thoughts to really round out our conversation today. Look forward to more of that tomorrow. I also failed to mention some of our newest team members. So when Rachel's back, our general counsel, tomorrow, we'll make sure to do that. Todd, you can hold me accountable because we've got some folks on the legal team that I'd like to recognize. So we'll do that tomorrow at our meeting when we're all here. But I don't think there's anything else for me.
Thank you. I agree. And one thing I really liked about today is how everything is tying together. You know, the master plans, the SCORE, you know, thinking about what's best for the student. And as long as we keep that focus, you know, we will do what's right. And thank you for each one of your conversations, discussions. It has been a full day. Tomorrow will be another full day. Part of it, we will have people come and speak about the graduation requirements, so I'm sure it'll be interesting to hear that too. So with that, no other discussion. Our work being concluded, I now declare that the committee of the whole and the board is adjourned.